In October 1983, the Nottinghamshire suburb of Keyworth was rocked by the sudden disappearance of 16-year-old Colette Aram.
I just knew Colette so well. She was so predictable. I knew something was wrong. And I knew that I had to phone the police.
As a massive police investigation was launched, detectives became aware they were dealing with a predator intent on committing a vile and vicious attack.
This crime understandably ripped Colette's family apart, and Keyworth itself has never been the same since.
But this was a crime destined to taunt detectives and Colette's family for a quarter of a century.
He would have seen the publicity about this case over the many years and just remained his cool, calm individual that the family thought he was.
I feel like I've been punished. He was getting on with his life as far as I could see. Whereas he destroyed ours, he destroyed my family, he destroyed my marriage.
But Nottinghamshire police remained determined to catch Colette's killer, however long it took. The sleepy suburb of Keyworth lies to the southeast of the city of Nottingham.
Keyworth is a very nice village. There is very good community spirit there. I would say it's quite an affluent area.
In the early 1980s, Keyworth was home to the Aram family, parents Jackie and Tony, and their two teenage children, Mark and Colette.
The Arams are a lovely family. Really nice people to know. Love the kids to bits.
And their youngest child, 16-year-old Colette, was the perfect daughter.
She was vivacious, bubbly, a bit giddy at times. She could never see any bad in anyone, and she cared about other people too.
She was a loyal best friend.
Colette was a lovable person, great to get on with. Everybody liked Colette. She was one of these people you could trust.
The 16-year-old was enjoying a new, more independent lifestyle, having recently left school and started an apprenticeship as a hairdresser.
I think she would have been very good in the hairdressing profession. She was quite an arty person, and she was very interested in the beauty side too.
She also liked spending time with her boyfriend.
They'd been seeing each other 6 months, and they were a nice, loving couple, suited to each other.
At just 16, Colette had her whole life ahead of her.
If Colette was here now, I would like to think that she was still this happy, go-lucky, love life, love people person that she was all those years ago.
But in 1983, the Aram family was to experience the most devastating series of events. The 30th of October was just like any other day.
Colette wanted to make cakes. We had our tea together and had some of the cake. And then she went and got herself ready to go out to her boyfriend's.
Colette's boyfriend would usually pick her up in his car. However, on this one particular night, he didn't have the use of any transport.
She came in and said that his car was off the road. And she said it was a nice night and she wanted to walk.
But Jackie wasn't happy with the arrangement.
I said, no, I'm going to take you in the car. And she said, no, Mum, I don't want you to. It's a nice night. I want to walk.
Are you sure? Yeah.
Jackie refused to back down, but Colette was determined to walk.
Fine, not asleep.
Eventually, I said to her, OK, if you're insistent, just be very careful and you make sure that you're home for about 9:30. And she said, OK, Mum, will do.
Colette left her home at around 7:50 p.m. on Sunday, the 30th of October, 1983.
She put her arms around me and said, love you very much, and I'll see you later. That was it, and she left the house. That was the very last time I saw her.
The walk from Colette's house to her boyfriend's would normally take around 20 minutes. Just after she left, Colette's boyfriend telephoned the house.
He just asked if she was at home, and I said no. She said to tell you that she'd walked up Nicker Hill to your house. And he said, okay, then I'll go on my bike and I'll meet her.
Several minutes later, the telephone rang again.
He phoned back and said, I thought you said Colette was walking up Nicker Hill, but I've been all the way round the village on my bike and I can't see her anywhere. When he said that, the alarm bells went and I just knew something was wrong.
She's not there.
I knew my daughter, I knew her so well. And I knew that if she'd gone anywhere or called in at anyone's house on the way, she would have made sure that she'd have phoned me.
But Colette hadn't called, and Jackie started to panic.
I was thinking that maybe a car or something had hit her and that she was lying in a hedge bottom, she'd been knocked over. And I can remember, I think it was my neighbour who said to me, look, Jackie, you know, this is Keyworth. You know, stop worrying, nothing like this ever happens. And I said, it might be Keyworth, but there's a first time for everything, and I'm telling you, something has happened to my daughter.
On Sunday, the 30th of October 1983, 16-year-old hairdresser Colette Aram set out on a simple journey, a 20-minute walk to her boyfriend's house. But when she failed to appear, Colette's boyfriend was instantly concerned and raised the alarm.
I said to my husband, there's something wrong. Colette hasn't arrived at the boyfriend's house and he can't see her anywhere in the village. And I said, we need to phone the police.
Jackie telephoned the police to report her daughter missing.
Please, please.
I didn't feel awkward, I didn't feel embarrassed or anything. I just said, she's missing, she hasn't arrived at where she was supposed to be. And they just said, how can you say a 16-year-old girl is missing at 8 o'clock at night? And I said, easy when it's my daughter because she's so predictable. Well, they asked me actually, what time does she normally come home? And I said, she's never home any later than 9:30. And they said, OK, well, if she hasn't arrived home by 10:30, phone us back again.
Jackie and her husband Tony were determined to find their daughter and immediately formulated a plan.
I said to Tony, you know, we can't leave it that length of time. You have to go and drive round and see if you can see her.
Meanwhile, Jackie started to phone anyone who might have seen her daughter.
I rang my aunt and I rang my friend who lived en route, and I believe I rang a couple of her friends. It was like everything was a blur because I was in such a panic.
But no one had seen or heard from Colette. Jackie then joined the search.
It got to 9:30 and she still wasn't home. And I said to Tony, I can't stand this any longer. I am not waiting till 10:30 to phone the police again. I have to phone them now.
When the police arrived, Jackie led them to retrace the route Colette should have taken.
The concern kicked in very, very quickly because at that time we didn't know what had happened. We didn't even know if anything had happened.
There was no signs of there having been an accident or a struggle. There was nothing, no clues, nothing. It was like she'd disappeared into thin air.
As they reached the early hours, the police officers were forced to suspend the search. But Jackie's night was far from over.
The police said they'd come the following morning, but we never went to bed that night. We sat up all night, and periodically I'd start to panic and say, you know, what can we do to find her? So I phoned every hospital that I could imagine, and no one had had an accident reported or a girl brought in from a car accident. So I knew that something was far, far more sinister.
Early the next morning, a local man began his drive to work.
A businessman who was just going to a local farm saw what he thought was something suspicious in one of the fields as he went along.
The man turned his car around and drove back down the lane to investigate.
He wasn't sure what he'd seen, but he suspected he'd seen a body in the field.
The man stopped his car.
He saw what appeared to be a naked girl laying in the field. Quite clearly, she was dead.
The businessman did not know the girl, but her name would haunt him forever. He had just discovered the lifeless body of 16-year-old hairdresser Colette Aram.
There was blood at the scene. I believe it was coming from a head wound. It was clear that she had suffered a sexual assault. Overall, it was not a pleasant sight.
Colette had been found just off Thirlby Lane, less than 2 miles from her home. Whilst the detectives were securing the crime scene, Colette's brother and grandfather arrived.
Mark and my stepfather got to Thirlby Lane as the police had actually just putting the cordon up.
Instinctively, Mark jumped out of the car and raced over to the crime scene.
The police tried to stop them from going into the field, but not before Mark was able to get in far enough to actually see Colette lying in the hedge bottom and to see the way she was lying there. What Mark saw has changed his life forever. It's had a big, big impact on his life. He still can't talk about Colette easily these days.
Mark and his grandfather returned home, faced with the horrifying prospect of having to break the news of Colette's death to Jackie and the rest of her family.
As Mark got out of the car, I saw this officer shake his head to the officer at the bottom of the drive. And I knew, as soon as I saw him do that, I knew that she was dead, that my worst fears were true. And I just remember all these screams, really loud screams, my screams.
Whilst the family tried to accept the shocking news of Colette's murder, detectives set up an incident room in a nearby sports pavilion.
I was a young detective at that time, and like many other detectives, I was stationed in the incident room at Keyworth, which is where all the information pertinent to that inquiry was filtered through.
Within hours, the police officers made an intriguing discovery.
Police officers came across a car which they believe they recognised as one that had been reported stolen the previous day.
Detectives were soon able to confirm the car, a red Ford Fiesta, was the vehicle that had been reported missing.
Obviously, alarm bells start to ring because we've had two strange incidents that happened. Colette being missing, stolen car found in the vicinity. We'd be failing our duty if we hadn't given a lot of thoughts to that car, even at the very early stage.
The car was stolen 5 miles away from Keyworth, in an area called Home Pierpont.
Earlier on in that day, at about 4:30, a lady had gone to tend to her horses, and she'd parked up her red Fiesta motor car, left the keys into it, and as she'd gone away from the vehicle was stolen, and she thought it was an opportunist who drove it away.
As the detectives learnt more about the theft, they became convinced the car was connected to Colette's murder.
At the scene where Colette was found, there were tyre tracks in and out of the field, and there was no mud on Colette's soles of her feet that would indicate that she'd probably been attacked in the vehicle that was suspected to have been involved in this offence and sadly deposited in the field, and the offender driven away.
The detectives painstakingly examined the car for any signs of a struggle and discovered both blood and semen stains. Within hours of the media reporting Colette's murder, police officers were inundated with information from potential witnesses.
Information came to the police attention that as she walked to her boyfriend's house, she saw a couple of groups of people, had brief conversations with them,
As far as the people were concerned, there was no suggestion that Colette was being followed or anything, and she just seemed a normal, cheerful self.
Eyewitness reports revealed that Colette was last seen on the junction of Knicker Lane and Platt Lane, walking towards Willow Brook as expected. But it was another local witness who provided the police with a chilling piece of information.
The man had been working in his garden. When he heard a scream, he also heard a car skidding. He went to his gate to have a look, but he couldn't see anything. Of course, he thought nothing more about it, but passed that information as soon as he was aware there'd been the incident.
This latest piece of information suggested Colette had been taken just moments after the last sighting. As the investigation progressed, Colette's family struggled to cope with the traumatic circumstances surrounding her brutal murder.
You've got the initial shock of, all your worst fears have been confirmed. And then you suddenly realise, this is for real. It's not a dream. She's never going to come home. Knowing that she'd actually been raped and murdered. She was murdered for sex, if you like, for want of a better word. And I find that very, very difficult to come to terms with.
And when Colette's friends heard the news, they were devastated.
My friend Suzanne told me that Colette had been murdered. Didn't quite believe it at the time. And she said, Nick's got the paper.
Wendy looked at the evening newspaper and couldn't believe what she read.
It was there in black and white that she'd been found murdered. But I just didn't want to talk. All I did was cry. It was a total shock.
As details of the vicious murder continued to spread, not one, but two crucial witnesses came forward.
Two young girls who came forward, who separately had actually seen the man and been disturbed by his behaviour at that time.
The first girl was just walking from house to house in Keyworth during that early evening prior to Colette being abducted, and was definitely followed by the man in the red vest.
She didn't speak to him, and he didn't speak to her, but his behaviour, the way he was looking at her, alarmed her, and she immediately went to a friend's house nearby to get away from him.
At 7:30 p.m, the man approached the second girl, who was 14 years old.
She was exercising a dog, and I actually saw him, and he stopped nearby. When she looked at him, he asked for the direction of a nearby road.
The girl kept on walking, but was surprised when the same car pulled up next to her about 10 minutes later. The man got out of the car and walked towards her. The man seemed surprised by the girl's dog. Suddenly, he turned on his heels and left.
Once the two girls came forward, they were interviewed at great length, and they were able to give us a good description of the man, which was vital to subsequent inquiries.
By questioning the two girls in detail, the detectives were able to build a picture of what Colette's murderer looked like.
The composite description was of a white male about 5'10", stocky build, with wavy hair. Without a shadow of a doubt, those two teenage girls were extremely lucky not to have been abducted and subjected to the assault that Colette was subjected to.
These two new witnesses were very important, but there was more to come. Detectives were about to speak to the investigation's most important eyewitness, whose testimony was to prove vital.
The landlady explained to the detectives that she'd seen this stranger in the pub with what appeared to be blood on his hands.
On the evening of Sunday the 30th of October 1983, 16-year-old Colette Aram disappeared as she walked to her boyfriend's house. Colette's body was discovered the next morning, abandoned in a nearby field. A post-mortem revealed she had endured a serious sexual assault before being strangled. The police appealed for information through newspapers and television, generating a wealth of leads. The information provided by one eyewitness who came forward was to prove crucial.
The landlady from the Generous Britain public house at Costock told the police that a stranger had visited the pub on Sunday the 30th of October between about 8:50 and 9:15 p.m.
The man explained he was in the area to visit a friend but had lost his way. Then the landlady noticed something unusual.
During the conversation, she noticed he'd got some blood on his hands, and she commented to him. He appeared generally surprised. He then went through to the gents' toilet, where he washed it off and used the paper towels that were in there.
Despite her never having served a customer with blood on his hands before, the landlady had no specific reason to be suspicious.
But it's only when the following day, that she heard about the murder of Colette and immediately telephoned to the police.
Police officers headed straight over to the pub.
They searched through the gents' toilets and they took possession of the paper towels from there, including one where, to their eye, appeared to have blood on it.
Forensic scientists were able to prove the paper towel did have blood on it, but techniques available in 1983 could barely identify what blood type it was, let alone reveal whose body it had come from.
It didn't particularly take the inquiry further because we didn't know whose blood it was at that time.
The investigation continued, but on the 17th of November 1983, the detectives were surprised to receive a very peculiar letter.
The letter was written with a straight edge, obviously to disguise the handwriting, and an exclamation mark had been put in place instead of the S. Why is still not known to this day.
The letter goaded the detectives over their inability to catch him.
There was certain information in there that was not in the public domain, hence the detectives at the time believed the letter was genuine and that the perpetrator had actually written the letter.
The author of the letter betrayed his identity with a foolish mistake. Forensic experts found a fingerprint just above the line, "You will never get me."
It's significant that fingerprints were left on the letter, but I think it was an accidental mark. The letter was examined and checked on the databases that existed in those days, but sadly no hits.
The days turned to weeks, the weeks turned to months. Hard work was continued. We were running a full incident room and taking a lot of manpower because it was felt that it was an important case, one that we needed to throw whatever resource we got at it.
But despite the evidence found in the early stages of the inquiry, detectives were unable to identify Colette Aram's killer. And as time passed, newer crimes began to demand their attention.
We didn't actually close it down altogether at that time, but it was reduced after about 12 months to 18 months because we were getting nothing new on this particular inquiry to justify us carrying on.
There were no more leads.
They never actually knocked on the door and said, you know, we have to shelve this, we can't continue with the investigation. I just thought that they weren't doing anything about it anymore.
Colette's mother was devastated.
I'm thinking, well, you know, he's got away with this and he was out there living his life wherever he was and it wasn't bothering him and he didn't have any form of conscience really. You know, all these things go through your mind and eventually this was one of the reasons I went to live abroad.
But in the late 1980s, detective work was revolutionized by the introduction of DNA profiling. Each one of us has a unique DNA profile. The police began to use forensic science to identify perpetrators of crimes by analyzing any bodily fluids, skin, or hair left at the scene of a crime.
If you could prepare a DNA profile from something deposited by the offender, you could then challenge the National DNA Database and potentially identify somebody.
And in 1997, Dr. Tim Clayton was given the task of using DNA analysis to identify Colette Aram's elusive killer.
My remit was to try and prepare a DNA profile from anything that may relate to the offender for which we could then search against the national database. And I was fairly optimistic that we would be able to at least attempt DNA profiling. We still had some of Colette's clothing and some various other items like the car mats and various swabbings taken from the vehicle. There were also some of the post-mortem samples available as well.
But there was a risk. Dr. Clayton was well aware that his investigations could have repercussions.
You've got a limited amount of material available, and the question is, do you commit it to testing now and effectively consume it and destroy it, or do you leave it and think there may be future developments which will give me better tests and better opportunities? And that was the dilemma that I faced in 1997.
Dr. Clayton decided to do everything he could to identify the DNA profile of the killer.
It's no good having it all in the freezer if it remains undetected. I'd rather do it and fail than not advance the case.
Using samples taken from the post-mortem, the scientist was able to identify Colette's DNA profile. But unfortunately, he had less success when trying to identify the profile of her killer.
Most of the exhibits that we tested, a lot of recovered hairs and things, just failed to yield a profile because there was simply insufficient DNA present.
Dr. Clayton hoped to have more luck with a set of sealed microscope slides containing semen samples recovered during the post-mortem.
Those microscope slides had been kept, so I'd got there a little time capsule, a little sample of sperm from Colette's body, which had been sealed, and so they were obviously a target for us.
The forensic scientist got to work.
As it turned out, we didn't get the result we wanted. We got a partial result, not a full result.
A full DNA profile features 20 markers, 10 that come directly from each parent. Dr. Clayton had found just 3.
In the event, it didn't help progress the inquiry much other than provide the partial profile and maybe eliminate some persons of interest from the investigation.
Even the paper towel recovered from the Generous Britain pub failed to produce any fresh clues.
In 1997, the main object was to try and identify a potential offender. I'd failed in that regard, and eventually the 97 review was wound down.
But the murder of Colette Aram would continue to haunt the residents of Nottingham, and Nottinghamshire police remained resolute in their determination to catch the 16-year-old's killer.
When this crime happened, it rocked Nottinghamshire, and Keyworth itself has never been the same since.
In 2004, the case was to get a new lease of life when Detective Superintendent Kevin Flint was appointed head of Nottinghamshire Police's homicide unit.
Every person that's been involved in this investigation has wanted to bring it to a close. So I was as determined as anyone else that had worked on it to try and bring it to a successful conclusion.
Believing that new advances in DNA analysis could help identify Colette's killer, Detective Superintendent Flint launched a fresh investigation into her murder.
We ran the investigation as though it was a murder that had occurred today, with a dedicated inquiry team. This case was so big and there was so much information that had been gleaned. If that answer was there to be found, we'd find it.
Over the next 2 years, the team painstakingly analysed every last detail of the case.
There was in excess of 2,500 statements, 5,000 documents, up to nearly 700 exhibits. Everything was placed on the home's computerised system so that we could examine and identify any new leads in the inquiry.
Dr. Tim Clayton was also employed to re-examine all forensic evidence pertinent to the investigation.
I have to say I was quite pessimistic because in 1997 I'd thought I'd used everything that was left. We gradually built a picture of what exhibits were left and came up with a batting plan of what to test. Now, one of the key exhibits was the paper towel, although I was still sceptical whether it was even linked to this particular matter.
Using improved DNA analysis methods developed during the 24 years since the police had first found the paper towel, the scientist was able to search for traces of blood and semen.
We picked up mixtures of DNA, effectively people's DNA profiles superimposed on each other. And when I looked at these, most of these mixtures appeared to be just 2 people, one male, one female.
Intrigued, Dr. Clayton compared the sample to the one full DNA profile he had recovered in 1997, that of Colette Aram.
It matched, and here we are, potential link between Colette and a paper towel found in a pub toilet miles and miles away, and suddenly the landlady's story took on a better and higher significance because now we potentially got a positive link between Colette and this paper towel.
Suddenly, Dr. Clayton realised he was finally on the brink of discovering the full DNA profile of Colette Aram's murderer.
It was possible to subtract Colette's profile from these mixtures. I was able to work out his DNA profile unambiguously, exactly.
In order to be sure all the evidence was pointing to the same man, the scientist ran the results against the partial profile identified back in 1997.
The partial DNA profile obtained from the microscope slide in 1997 was a match against this male.
24 years after the murder, Dr. Clayton had finally identified the full DNA profile of Colette's killer.
It was another significant boost and lift to the inquiry, and we knew that we were on the right lines.
Dr. Clayton immediately hoped he would find the killer's DNA profile already on the national database. He ran the search.
We got told almost immediately that there were no matches on the national DNA database. In the space of probably a few hours, we'd gone from being elated to being quite disappointed. I had a piece of paper in front of me, the DNA profile of Colette's killer, but it told me nothing about him. Without somebody to compare that to, it's effectively a useless piece of information.
The team were also disappointed by the news and wondered how someone who had committed such a horrendous crime could be absent from all police databases.
Throughout the investigation, the consideration was that the person could be dead, and obviously that brings with it the feeling that that person's got away with it, both from a police perspective and Colette's family. So it was still important to eliminate them or identify the person if he was dead.
Back in the lab, Dr. Tim Clayton was keen to utilise another form of DNA analysis known as familial searching.
First-degree relatives, that's parents or children or siblings along the same generation, have much more similar DNA profiles than do unrelated people.
By searching the DNA database for profiles with high similarities to the killer, it might be possible to identify one of his close relatives.
The search for the parent-child list yielded several thousand people, and the sibling list, again, gave several thousand people. So, although you've reduced the pool, no longer we're looking for now a needle in a haystack, we're now looking for a needle in a hay bale.
The scientist identified 3 groups of 100 people who had the closest DNA match to the killer. The first group were the parent-child matches. The next 100 were the sibling matches. And the final list featured persons of interest already named within the inquiry.
There weren't the resources to go down those lists further than that. It took nearly 18 months of work to screen out 300 people.
In 2008, as the 25th anniversary of Colette's brutal murder approached, Detective Superintendent Flint launched a fresh appeal for information.
We published a leaflet and delivered it to up to 20,000 homes in and around Nottinghamshire.
It was the first time that we'd publicised the fact we'd got a full profile, and we wanted it to be known that we were able to identify the killer.
The campaign generated hundreds of new leads.
There were lots of positive enquiries and lots of good information and lots of good potential persons of interest.
Despite a positive response, the detectives were still unable to identify Colette's killer.
We thought that a 25-year push would give us something. With the number of calls that we investigated, we were obviously very disappointed. You think, where do we go next with this? Is there any more? The key line of inquiry remained with the familial DNA.
However, in spring 2009, 18 months after first running a familial search of the killer's DNA, the team concluded their investigations of the 300 people identified.
As it turned out, none of the people on the prioritised lists had the same profile, and effectively all the top 300 people had all been eliminated.
The reinvestigation into Colette's murder was starting to look as if it had hit another brick wall.
Mr. Flint said, "I think we're at the end now. We've given this a really good go. Is there anything else we can do now before we put this to bed and say we've tried and we failed?" And I just came up with one idea. I just said, well, it was nearly 18 months, 2 years ago since we did the familial search. Maybe that we should just redo it and just see if in the intervening period whether anybody has been added to the national database.
Detective Superintendent Flint gave the go-ahead and the forensic scientist ran the search.
To my amazement, on the top of the list came a person who had the highest ranked genetic likelihood ratio. And more intriguingly than that, that person lived very close to the Keyworth area.
The database had identified a man who had been arrested in early 2008 for a minor offence. Had detectives finally found 16-year-old Colette Aram's killer? "25 years after Colette Aram's blood-soaked body was found on farmland in Nottinghamshire, detectives were finally close to identifying her killer. Using familial DNA analysis, forensic scientist Tim Clayton had identified a 20-year-old man who shared a number of DNA markers identical to Colette's killer. But there was a major problem. He wasn't born until after Colette was killed.
We researched that individual who was actually on the DNA database, and quite clearly that was not the offender. Was too young and was not a positive match.
But the results suggested that either this man's father or possibly an uncle had raped and murdered Colette back in 1983.
Those inquiries led us to be interested in 4 brothers that emanated from South Nottinghamshire. You can see the similarities. Any of those individuals could have been the offender.
The detectives started to investigate the lives of the 4 brothers and were surprised to discover they had been raised in the home Pierpont area.
We found out that the family home overlooked the site where the car was stolen from near the riding stables.
The family also had connections to Keyworth. We felt we were into the right family to find the offender.
Specifically, the detectives discovered that one of the men actually lived in Keyworth at the time of Colette's murder. His name was Paul Hutchinson.
Hutchinson married and moved to Keyworth with his wife in 1983.
It was quite surprising to find that he was a few streets away from Colette's address. There's no suggestion that he knew Colette or actually knew the family.
As the detectives continued to explore the lives of all 4 brothers, they became aware of a complication.
We found out that one of the siblings had died recently. So that was a blow initially, to think how we're going to eliminate this person.
Despite the circumstantial evidence pointing to Paul Hutchinson and the revelation that one of the brothers had passed away, the detectives couldn't rule anyone out.
We couldn't rate one higher than the other. Hence, we took the decision that all 3 surviving brothers would be arrested, and the only way to effectively eliminate was to obtain each individual's DNA.
On the morning of Monday, April the 7th, 2009, police officers carried out simultaneous raids on 3 properties in the Nottingham area and arrested 3 men on suspicion of murder.
2 out of the 3 brothers were cooperative and helpful and assisted the police. The other brother was uncooperative, and the officers felt that he was quite worried upon arrest.
Each of the men was taken into custody. where DNA samples and fingerprints were collected before being sent for immediate analysis. In the interviews that followed, one of the brothers, Paul Hutchinson, continued to be evasive.
One of the brothers had reserved his right to remain silent and effectively went no comment through all the interviews that were put to him.
With events developing rapidly, Detective Superintendent Flint telephoned Colette's mother, Jackie.
He said, "Where are you?" And I said, "I've just come in from shopping." And I said, "Why? Have you got something to tell me? Have you got some news for me?" And he said, "Well, we've got 3 brothers in custody, and we know that it's going to have to be one of them." And I just broke down. And then, of course, he said, "Well, we'll let you know more when we know more." And then he said, "I'll phone you in a couple of days."
As the suspects were interrogated, the forensic team closely examined the 3 brothers' DNA and fingerprints. Eventually, they were able to tell the detectives what they'd found.
One of the brothers' fingerprints was on the letter. And it was absolutely fantastic news because there was always a question mark over whether the author of the letter was the killer, and this just confirmed it, and it was the icing on the cake.
And soon afterwards, the results of the DNA analysis were also confirmed.
I think around the 10 o'clock time at night on the initial day of arrest, I received a telephone call giving us the news that we got a positive match.
It was fantastic news, and it was what we'd been waiting for all these years, and it was the moment of truth, really. We'd found our man.
On Wednesday, the 9th of April 2009, 25 years after her death, the detectives were finally able to charge a suspect with the murder of Colette Aram. His name was Paul Hutchinson, and he claimed he was not guilty.
I think it was the mixed emotions, really, that I felt when he was charged. Relief, disbelief, all the emotions that I felt in the beginning raised their ugly head again.
As detectives started to collate evidence in preparation for the trial, it seemed that after Colette's murder, Hutchinson tried to live an almost normal life.
He'd remained local, living in Keyworth, and would appear to have been a likeable person to his immediate close family and close friends.
When the police team interviewed Paul Hutchinson's relatives, they were told Hutchinson's life hadn't been easy because he had fought intermittent battles with cancer. But detectives investigated all his medical records and found this was completely untrue.
He lied to his family about this and even went to the extent of removing some of his hair and disappearing for a little while, pretending to be in hospital.
Even back in 1983, during door-to-door inquiries immediately following the murder, Hutchinson claimed to have been in hospital receiving treatment.
His family were obviously unaware in relation to the fabrication about the cancer.
This man was an inveterate liar, made a career out of telling lies, particularly with his close members of his family.
Paul Hutchinson's murder trial was due to take place in spring 2010. But as the date approached, Hutchinson suddenly became cooperative.
Ultimately, we received the defence statement where Paul Hutchinson blamed his dead brother for committing this atrocious offence.
The tale he told was that his brother committed the offence and told him about it thereafter.
But unbeknown to Hutchinson, the detectives had already acquired a sample of his late brother's blood from the hospital in which he had been treated before he died.
We managed to obtain that individual's DNA, and with the cooperation of the deceased brother's family, we were able to eliminate him from the inquiry.
With his accusation of his dead brother discredited, the suspect had a sudden change of heart.
Thankfully, when he looked at the weight of evidence against him, he decided to change his plea to guilty and ultimately pleaded guilty to the murder of Colette.
In January 2010, Paul Hutchinson was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of 16-year-old Colette Aram. Finally, Nottinghamshire police have been able to close one of their biggest cases.
The efforts of people some 25 years ago, supported by the efforts of recent times, have culminated in this man being found guilty. Had the original inquiry had the advancement of forensic technology that we had, hopefully that this case would have been detected in 1983 or 1984.
Despite the many years which have passed, Colette's murder continues to affect everyone involved.
To this day, Paul Hutchinson has not explained why he's done what he's done, and that will be really difficult for the family to understand. I don't think we'll ever get an explanation from him.
And for Colette's family, her loss overrides any sense of justice.
I miss her smile. I miss her laughter. I just miss her. I just miss her very much. It's all those years ago, but it's like it was yesterday, and I just wish she was here with us now. And I think if she was here now, my life would be different too. But she's not, and she never will be.
Every detective's nightmare, instinct and circumstantial evidence both point to murder. But there's no body.
While we felt that something had happened in the farm, our efforts directed at obtaining forensic evidence ultimately proved completely fruitless.
Every family's greatest horror. No word from a loved one, increasingly chilling silence, but never the final confirmation.
Although we can close that chapter, we can't close the book. We need to know what's happened, but we don't know whether we ever will.
How do you catch a killer and put them behind bars when you have motive and a history of violence, but the killer is clever?
The investigation was potentially the most difficult in my career.
This is what happens when a victim disappears without trace, because their attacker decides they're going to get away with murder. One of the gentlest, most tranquil landscapes in Britain. Gloucestershire and the Cotswolds, flowers, century-old houses, soft yellow stone.
It's a small community and a very pleasant English village. Not the sort of place that you'd expect any drama or anything untoward to be happening.
A perfect setting for Kate Wakefield's dream come true, finding love in her 50s.
I thought, well, that's nice that she's actually found somebody who cares for her.
Kate, born into a farming family in 1952, had 3 brothers and 2 sisters. She went to the local village primary school, then in her teens moved with her family to Fennel's Farm, in the village of Lippiott. She studied for her A-levels, then took teacher training qualifications. Her brothers, Ted and Richard, took up farming.
Across the field there, I don't know if you can see amongst the trees, there's a lovely old Cotswold house, Cotswold stone house, where my parents lived, and that's where we all lived. And in 1992, my brother Edward built this house here, and this is the main farmhouse now.
When her parents died, Kate and her sister inherited the original farmhouse. Eventually they sold it, and Kate moved in with her brother Ted. Soon afterwards, someone else moved on to Ted's farm. Adrian Prout, a neighbour who had been going through a turbulent patch.
Adrian moved onto Ted's farm in about 1999 on this piece of ground here, which you can see has been cleared. And Adrian kept a caravan on here and lived on here for a while after a relationship had broken up. And whilst he was here, He helped Ted do jobs on the farm, and he was very, he was very helpful at that time.
Adrian had also just broken up from a pipe-laying business partnership. He brought the heavy machinery with him and worked on the farm as he contemplated setting up on his own.
He was just an ordinary chap trying to get on, really. He worked hard, and he's very good at making money. And I became friends with him.
It wasn't long before he met Kate, who was sharing the house with her brother Ted.
I think Adrian was a very hard-working individual, very down-to-earth, a very quiet man, and from farming stock. Kate, although from farming stock, was quite different, I think, in her outlook and the things that she chose as her pursuits to Adrian. So in very many ways, they were somewhat opposite.
A relationship quickly blossomed. The family hoped this was a case of opposites attract.
Kate could be awkward, but she could be loving as well. Sincere, it would be a good word. You know, once they got together, that was it with Kate.
I thought, oh yes, you know, they went well together. I think Kate liked somebody that could take control and she didn't have to make all the decisions.
At the same time, Kate was never going to be a pushover.
I did warn Adrian about Kate. She could be volatile at times.
Kate was a kind, caring person, but she did have a temper. You know, she'd stick out for what she felt was right.
In September 2000, Kate took £147,000 she'd inherited through the sale of her father's house and invested it in a beautiful new home she and Adrian bought for £210,000 in Frampton-on-Severn, famed for its picture postcard village life and what's reputed to be the longest village green in England. They held a wedding in St Mary's Church.
Kate seemed very happy. We had a lovely evening. They had someone playing the violin and it was a good time.
Everything seemed perfect. It was impossible for the family to imagine that the seeds were already sown for tragedy. Kate and Adrian Prout, recently wedded in Gloucestershire, were about to move to the next stage of their dream. In 2004, they sold the house, in which Kate had invested her inheritance, at a good profit, and together bought Redhill Farm at Redmarley for £820,000.
Adrian always wanted a farm. Farming's in his blood. And when this farm came along, it was a golden opportunity to go and buy it.
From Adrian Prout's point of view, I think that the move to Redhill Farm finally fulfilled a lifetime dream. He'd always wanted to own his own farm, and he'd finally got what he wanted.
Kate loved the countryside, walks and dogs. So, you know, it was idyllic for them, really.
Adrian had resumed his pipe-laying business and was making good money, but it wasn't long before the first signs of tension emerged.
Things weren't going as well as they could have been, but like all marriages, you have your ups and downs and you have to work at it.
Adrian had a daughter, Laura, from a previous relationship. She moved in with the couple at Redhill Farm. Suddenly, there was a shift in the relationship between Adrian and Kate.
It's difficult, both sides. You know, it must have been difficult for Laura, accepting somebody else. And it was difficult for Kate. She'd never had children, although she'd been a teacher.
I was predicted to be.
Kate did try and help her a lot. But obviously, Kate did come between Laura and her dad.
Kate kept a record of her life with Adrian. In 2006, she wrote of friction in the household.
One of the things that became important to us later on during the course of our investigation was that Kate kept a diary, or I should say diaries. And very many of the events, and particularly the events that took place during the course of the marriage and the events that took place between them, she recorded in her diary.
Her diary made plain another growing source of tension. Adrian had a newly developed passion, stemming from the time he'd lived on Ted Wakefield's farm.
When I first met Adrian, I was quite keen on shooting then, game shooting, and he couldn't see the fascination of it at all. And it turned totally around in the end. He became obsessed with it.
When they bought Red Hill Farm, there was already a shoot on the farm, and so Adrian decided to carry on with the shoot. But Kate was never that keen on it, really.
But charging people for a day's shoot was good business, and Kate agreed to prepare the food.
Kate was very good at cooking and organising things. I think they got the beds locally from Ledbury, but she'd make all the soups and everything. And one time she couldn't do it, and somebody else brought some stuff in, and nobody said, you know, oh, it's not as good as Kate's. When you could definitely tell the homemade was a lot better. And she got a bit cheesed off with it because she put a lot of effort into it.
Adrian, would you like anything else to eat?
No, thanks.
Increasingly, cracks in the relationship became apparent.
Kate told me, actually. She said Adrian lacks social skills. I mean, he didn't really like going out, you know. Kate liked art, things like that. She'd like to go to the theatre. It wasn't Adrian's cup of tea, really. He'd rather just stay home.
But at Christmas 2006, there was new stress. When Laura invited her boyfriend over, tensions mounted between Adrian and Kate.
It was his own daughter, and Adrian would usually side with Laura.
At lunchtime on Boxing Day, things came to a head. Kate was in the final stages of preparing a meal for the four of them. She was in no mood to discover she'd been wasting her time. Minutes before the meal was ready, Laura and her boyfriend dropped what to Kate came as a shock.
Shall we go? Go? Yes. Where?
They decided to change the plans at the last minute. They didn't stay for lunch, and that was the cause of the disagreement that day.
Just sat and watched me prepare all this.
And that was a disagreement of such proportion that Laura left the farm that day. And in fact, that was the last day she ever resided with or lived with Kate and Adrian. She never came back after that.
Back in the kitchen, months of tension erupted into violence.
You and her, that's the matter with me.
Every time, Kate!
Adrian, I'm talking to you.
The argument spilled from the kitchen into the yard.
I'm money for poor people. Poor people.
Adrian hurled her against the car so hard it dented the metal. Kate's diary entry, recording the events of that day, was brief.
All hell broke loose at home. Had words with the little madam, got sloshed, argued, and he said it's all over and wants us to divorce.
She suddenly turned up at our house, and it turns out there'd been a bit of a problem Boxing Day. They'd had another row. Adrian had pushed her against the car quite forcibly. So she felt she wanted to get away from the house. She did go back, and she did tell Adrian it was nice to have lunch with what she called a proper family.
5 weeks later, in February 2007, violence erupted again.
We had a call. She said something terrible's happened. Is it okay for me to stay? And I said yes. She said it's awful. Adrian's been arrested. I've had a drink. So I said, we'll come and get you. Stay where you are. We'll come and get you. She was terribly upset. And she then went to explain what exactly had happened.
She'd made allegations that after a bout of plate throwing between the both of them, she'd been dragged outside by Adrian and held over a swimming pool, an empty swimming pool.
She had a high polo neck sweater thing on, and he had her around the neck, almost strangling her.
She honestly thought that he was going to throw her in it. And she said, I feared for my life. She honestly thought that he was going to throw her in there.
From a police point of view, neither Kate nor Adrian Prout were known to us prior to the 1st of February 2007. The culmination was that Adrian was arrested on that occasion, but unfortunately, because of the circumstances surrounding the incident and the lack of any corroboration, no further action was taken about Adrian and he wasn't prosecuted or charged with any offences.
Kate went to stay with her brother Richard and sister-in-law Linda.
In one of her diaries, she recorded the following. The evening he threatened me and I reported him to the police. He was arrested but no charges brought.
He was arrested,
No
but no charges brought. There's no marks on me. So, insufficient evidence. Officially separated now. Has very frightened to return. He went mad! I really thought that my end had come.
As Kate reflected on what had gone wrong, Linda and Richard learned of another source of tension in her marriage: money.
Adrian could earn a lot of money, and we didn't realise till Kate came to stay with us that he never actually gave her any money. Any furniture she bought from her pension money, school pension money, and we were quite shocked at that, really, that she didn't have any money.
At first, Kate didn't tell Adrian she'd gone to stay with her brother and his wife.
Richard and I said, you know, you really ought to tell Adrian where you are. She didn't want him to know to begin with because she was still frightened to think that he'd done that to her.
Adrian questioned me, was it a day after or 2 days afterwards, if I knew where Kate was. And I had to tell him a lie. But he knew she was there anyway because she had phoned him that day. Adrian was never the same with me after that. He didn't like it because I'd taken Kate in that night. I said to Adrian I didn't want to fall out with him. He said the damage is done already.
Kate began taking practical steps towards possible divorce.
When Kate was with us, she was in touch with solicitors about divorce proceedings with Adrian because Kate was determined to get what she thought was hers, and Adrian didn't want to sell the farm. But Adrian persuaded Kate in the end to drop the proceedings.
A month after moving in with Linda and Richard, Kate received a call from Adrian, an offer of reconciliation.
She said to me, he wants to meet up and have a chat. So I said, that's fine, just be careful. So they met at the local pub, and later that night she rang me and she said, I won't be coming home tonight. And then the next day she rang and she said, could I come back? They'd had a nice evening in the pub, he seemed all concerned and, you know, lovey-dovey, went back home, had a nice evening as man and wife, but the next day she said he was as cold as ice.
But nevertheless, she decided she would stay on the farm with Adrian.
I wasn't comfortable about Kate going back. I would have preferred Kate to stay with us. She said she wanted to look after her own interests down at Red Marley. She wanted to be down there to see what was going on, she said. And she was determined to go back.
The next few months were tough.
March 18th. Awoke with Adrian. Nice time. Then, he told me that he wanted to divorce.
To accept it, Kate.
As he had no real feelings for me anymore. March 20th. When we came here, life was looking so good. So much to develop on the farm and in the house. It was so peaceful and a beautiful feeling. My heart was full of hope and excitement. And now, this tragic sense of loss, waste. April 6th. Adrian slept with me, made love. Why, oh why is he giving me these mixed messages?
Summer brought flare-ups, brief love and increasingly stressful conversations about a financial settlement for divorce. Then in September 2007, Kate inadvertently did something which cranked tensions to breaking point. Despite incidents of violence and a temporary separation, Kate and Adrian Prout were still together, and Kate hoped their problems could be resolved. But as summer 2007 ended, and Adrian was supposed to be going away to work in Yorkshire, she did something she would soon regret.
Kate planned to go on holiday with her half-sister to Salisbury and engaged a house sitter to come and look after the farm, to look after things while he was at work, walk the dogs, water the plants and this sort of thing.
Adrian and the house sitter got on well, and soon she was doing more than her regular duties.
September 30th. A told me that he and the house sitter did some clay pigeon shooting in the week. Never has time to do anything with me.
But still hopeful of reconciliation, Kate booked a holiday in Italy for herself and Adrian.
October 4th. Adrian announced he'd not want to go to Italy. Wish I had not booked. October 7th. The house sitter came to lunch. Adrian and she went shooting, whilst I cooked it. Tried to be understanding, but why should this woman be involved in recreational activities with my husband while I'm cooking for them?
Kate took her sister-in-law Linda to Italy instead, on Adrian's suggestion. Once again, the house sitter was booked.
I didn't know whether Adrian was having an affair or not, really. Kate was pretty convinced that something was going on. I did feel sorry for her because she strongly believed in her wedding vows. Although we got on well, they should have been together. He was supposed to be on that holiday, not me.
The house sitter herself always denied an affair. She said Adrian tried to woo her, but she was in a relationship and didn't respond to his attentions. On Kate's return on October the 19th, Linda and Richard drove her home from the airport, but Adrian was not there to meet her. He was having lunch with the house sitter and his daughter. Soon, the house sitter was ringing Linda and Richard.
We had a call to say she'd had Kate on the phone, you know, accusing her of having an affair with Adrian.
Kate, I think you need to realise that you're making an absolute fool of yourself.
And then we had Kate on the phone in the state. Obviously, she'd been very upset. We felt she had to apologise, which she did do. And in the end, Kate calmed down and she did actually ring to apologise.
I just wanted to say sorry. I was a little bit involved.
But the issue of Adrian's feelings towards the house sitter was far from resolved.
October 20th. Said he couldn't wait to get rid of me, out of his life. Said the house sitter was nice. Hesitated when I asked if he fancied her. Say no more. Told me I was overweight, almost fat, that I was old now and unattractive.
A week later, the first shoot of the season, Kate provided the food.
She'd been drinking consistently during that day, to the point where she was becoming quite verbally aggressive. She already suspected her of having an affair with Adrian, and she challenged her about that, to the embarrassment of quite a number of people that were there.
I didn't ask you to look after him, well, not the way you have been.
After the shoot, everyone went to the Rose and Crown pub near the farm. Kate continued drinking.
Kate wasn't a drinker, but she did take to drink sometimes when she was very upset. And she consumed a fair drop of alcohol that day.
Her behaviour, if anything, worsened, to the extent that she was very offensive to Adrian, to Adrian's daughter Laura, and to Laura's boyfriend, and ultimately slapped Adrian in the face. Most of the guests at that point left in embarrassment, and she went and spent the evening with a near neighbour. So that would have added to the the stress and pressure that Adrian was being put under by Kate.
The following week, Kate spoke to her accountant about the divorce settlement. She'd previously demanded £600,000 in recognition of the inheritance money she'd put towards buying the farm. Her accountant now advised her that with increased land values, she should insist on £800,000. On November the 4th, she broke the news to Adrian.
That would probably mean that he would have to sell the farm in order to meet that demand, whereas the £600,000 figure was one that he could have met without losing the farm.
He didn't want to sell the farm. That was his life and joy and pride, that farm. And he just didn't want to sell that farm. That meant everything to him.
Kate's demand, or the increased demand, was very definitely going to threaten his ability to hang on to the dream that he so much cared about, the farm.
The next day, Monday, November the 5th, there was another blow for Adrian. He visited his bank and learned that Kate had withdrawn £15,000 to cover legal costs for the divorce, money he needed for the farm.
There was a bill that needed to be paid in the very near future for some blueberries that had been bought to be planted at the farm. And the fact that Kate had removed that sum of money from that bank account made this extremely difficult for Adrian to satisfy. Now, whilst he may have suspected that this figure had been withdrawn prior to that, on that Monday morning, when he went to the bank and made a balance inquiry, he had that confirmed for definite that that sum had in fact been taken.
Kate, by contrast, now taking control of her life, seemed that day to those around her to be in good spirits.
Monday, the 5th of November, she rang, we had a chat, bit of a laugh and a joke, everything seemed okay.
She went to shop at a country produce store and rang her bank to confirm they had details of the inheritance she'd invested in the farm.
Thank you. Bye.
But then, nothing.
I said to Richard, have you heard from Kate? And he said no. I said, there's something wrong. We had contact with Kate practically every day.
The days of that week passed, and there was no news from either Kate or Adrian. On the Friday, David, a friend of Kate's, visited the farm.
There was no one at the farm. Adrian's car had gone. Kate's car was still there. He went in the house because it wasn't locked.
Hello?
But he said he looked around the house and it all looked prim and proper and no one was there.
Everything seemed fine. So he said he'd still tried to ring them on the mobiles, no reply.
Still, there was no clue if either or both of them were missing. The next day, David got through to Adrian.
He said he hadn't seen Kate since the Monday.
David said, well, haven't you informed the police? He said, no. David said, don't you think you ought to inform the police? And he said, I suppose I ought to. David rang me back immediately afterwards and he told me what had happened. And so I rang Adrian immediately and I said the same thing to him. I said, why haven't you phoned the police? And he said, I will then.
The initial response was the response that would be received by any missing persons report. So a uniformed officer was dispatched to Red Hill Farm.
David and Richard also headed immediately for the farm. The police officer was already there.
It was quite a bright morning, but it wasn't that cold. But I felt really cold that day. I just had an eerie feeling when I went down there. I don't know what it was. And the police officer said to us he didn't think Adrian's emotions and that were right either.
The officer in question soon became aware that this was potentially something a little bit more sinister and something more than a straightforward missing persons inquiry.
There were a number of reasons for suspecting Adrian Prout.
Firstly, Adrian had waited 5 days to report Kate missing. The account that he gave was that he'd last seen Kate at lunchtime on Monday the 5th of November 2007, and yet he didn't report this until Saturday the 10th of November. That in itself is highly unusual. The other interesting feature of the report made by Adrian was that possibly the only reason he'd chosen to report it even 5 days later was that he'd been persuaded or cajoled into doing so by a friend of Kate's and Kate's brother, Richard Wakefield.
The car was there, a handbag, credit cards, keys, phone, the lot, which is completely out of character for Kate. Kate kept herself together well. She always looked nice if she was going out, and she would not go anywhere without her makeup. So there was obviously something drastically wrong.
To all intents and purposes, she had vanished with nothing more than the clothes she stood up in.
There was further unease over the divorce battle for money tied up in the farm, with Kate's newly increased demand for £800,000.
I knew there was trouble with that farm, with this settlement, and Kate was going to stand out for what was hers. And I knew Kate wouldn't just walk away and leave all that money there either.
Next day, Adrian was taken to a police station in Gloucester for questioning.
Tell me the circumstances that led up to Kate going missing.
Adrian's demeanour and reaction was somewhat unusual in that he didn't seem in the slightest bit concerned about where she may be or that any harm may have come to her.
What have you done between Monday and yesterday to try and find her?
Nothing.
Why not?
Well, I assume that that's what she wanted. And no one has rang me. Like, if her friend or Richard had have known that she was with, they would have rang me and said, where is she? And I hadn't heard anything, so I thought, must be all right.
Adrian really had no credible explanation for what had happened to Kate. He didn't seem concerned about what had happened to Kate. He claimed that on the last day that he saw her, they disagreed over a meal and had a minor disagreement, but nothing more than that. And the entire situation and his explanation just really did not stack up.
I just thought, oh, she's gone off on a wobbler.
I think deep down Richard and I knew that we wouldn't be seeing Kate again. You know, we just wanted to know what had happened to her. It was very hard and very traumatic. Sorry, I'm getting upset.
There were some highly unusual features about the whole situation, and these were such that on the 14th, the following Wednesday, the 14th of November, it was decided that this was possibly far more serious than was initially thought. And I was appointed as a senior investigating officer to look at what initially was a missing persons inquiry, but later turned into something much more serious. There are a number of possibilities, really. One could simply be that Kate had wandered off and was somewhere on the land, maybe, having collapsed or injured herself, wanting to be found, but not being able to return herself to the farm. The second possibility was that she'd gone off deliberately and didn't want to be found. The other possibilities were far more sinister, that a crime had occurred, she'd been abducted or in fact murdered.
One of the largest search operations conducted in Gloucestershire was launched, involving 60 officers and taking over 5 weeks to complete. This man was tasked with finding forensic evidence.
This is the boundary of Red Hill Farm in Red Marley, which was the scene of the disappearance of Kate Prout and the subsequent search for her over quite a long period of time. To my right here, you can see the scale of the farm area which was being searched. The farm is over 250 acres, and this is about a fifth of the arable side of the farm. It also consisted of at least half of that acreage as woodland. So if you can imagine the difficulty we had in searching this area, officers originally went in searching with the parameters to look for any area where a body could have been deposited, either on surface or subsurface. During this search, they indicated in excess of 100 areas where this could be. So you can imagine the length and the breadth of searching we had to do. And eventually, we ruled all those areas out, and she was not found in any of them.
A detailed search of the house, too, turned up nothing.
We did enlist the assistance of specialist search dogs. And for obvious reasons, a dog is far more adept at finding a missing person, whether they be alive or dead. And we use dogs both outside the property and inside the property. One of the dogs that we used was a victim recovery dog, and part of the speciality of that dog is to seek out dead bodies, cadavers.
Eddie was brought in to check the house, room by room. It was the first time Chris Ellis had used such a dog.
I was a little bit sceptical about how they would work. Believing that there was no crime scene there and not seeing any physical signs of a crime scene, it was difficult for me then to decide that we're going to put this dog in there that was going to tell me something differently. Now, it searched the house all the way through and then went into the main lounge of the house, and when it got between the patio doors and a settee, the dog started barking. Now, I wasn't sure what this meant at that time, and when I spoke to the handler, he explained to me that that was his indication that a dead body had been in that area. This dog now indicating that a dead body had been in that room changed our thoughts entirely, and we had to look more deeply into the forensic element of that house.
Police took over the house and experts from the Forensic Science Service moved in. Adrian moved out and went to live with his close friend Ted, Kate's brother, who owned the farm where he and Kate first met.
When he stayed here, he was really quite strange then, actually. Pat was washing up, and she said, oh, Kate's going to look a fool, you know, when the police find her and she's caused all this trouble. And Adrian turned around and said, she's never coming back. And when he said that, it suddenly struck me. He knew more than he'd ever told us. And I told him then, if he had done anything stupid, he'd either be in prison for the rest of his life or looking over his shoulder. And he didn't answer. He just looked at me and didn't answer.
But the search yielded no clue that Adrian had done anything.
It didn't reveal any forensic evidence whatsoever, no blood. There was no sign that Red Hill Farm had been the scene of any serious assault. There was no sign of a cleanup. So whilst our efforts were directed at obtaining forensic evidence, those efforts ultimately proved completely fruitless.
Police seeking forensic evidence to explain the disappearance of Kate Prout found nothing, but they were deeply suspicious of her husband, Adrian.
If it was a murder, there were some unusual tasks and some unusual challenges to be faced because we had no body. The first thing we needed to establish, quite simply, was that Kate was dead. The second thing was that she'd been unlawfully killed. And the third was that Adrian, her husband, was responsible for killing her. It was at that point that we began undertaking inquiries to establish proof of life, or, as it should more properly, I guess, be described, proof of death.
2,200 inquiries were made with organisations in every field of life to see if Kate had been in touch. They drew a blank. Could Kate have taken her own life, or deliberately left?
Kate had every motivation to stay around. What she was trying to do was secure a divorce settlement that would have resulted in her receiving a substantial sum of money. She was still making plans up to the point that she disappeared. Her life was still ongoing.
I thought she could be dead. You don't like to think it at first.
After several weeks, police felt they could prove Kate was dead and had been unlawfully killed. But without a body, would they be able to persuade a jury that Adrian was a murderer?
The third thing we had to establish that Adrian Prout had killed Kate, and that was entirely based on circumstantial evidence and consisted of their background, the domestic violence incidents, and the triggers of the final demand and the removal of money from the bank account.
Police also explored as a possible motive Adrian's friendship with the house sitter. She always maintained there'd been no affair, though police found evidence of 171 phone calls and texts. On the day Kate disappeared, Adrian sent her a text telling her he loved her. But Kate's disappearance and the police investigation soon put the friendship under pressure.
The house sitter was aware that Kate had disappeared, and a conversation developed around that subject. She was concerned about Adrian's demeanour. He seemed quite distant, almost upset, and she started to ask him what had happened. And in response to one of these questions, Adrian said, "They've taken her away, don't ask." He didn't say much more than that, but that clearly, in her mind, was some sort of indication that Adrian was somehow involved or responsible in Kate's disappearance in almost a very, very sinister way.
Soon the house sitter herself was interviewed by police. Though she remained in touch with Adrian for a short time after this, it wasn't long before she began to distance herself.
The sort of feelings that she was getting about the possibility of Adrian's involvement, and certainly the attention that the police were paying to the house sitter herself as a result of her involvement with Adrian, was becoming very stressful for her, and I think that was really the beginning of the end of their relationship.
After 3 months, police had built a case around the circumstantial evidence. First, there was Kate's diary. Adrian also had motive. He loved another woman and wanted to keep the farm. Kate disappeared immediately after taking active steps in the looming legal battle. And finally, there was Adrian's record of violence. In February 2008, Richard and Linda received a visit.
We opened the door to find this very tall chap standing there from the police, saying, "Nothing to worry about. Could he come in and would we like to sit down?" And I think that was one of the worst things. We didn't know what he'd come to tell us, whether they'd found Kate, but he actually said that they had just arrested Adrian.
In March 2009, Adrian Prout was charged with murder. Detective Constable Kerry Lloyd was appointed Family Liaison Officer.
They were very much shocked because they couldn't believe that somebody they knew, Kate's husband, could have actually murdered her. It was particularly difficult for Ted because he was close to Adrian. Ted very much saw Adrian as a close friend, and I guess a confidant as well. And Ted had very much welcomed him into the farm whilst police were searching for Kate.
Very difficult to deal with. You know, you don't think of a good friend murdering your sister. And I did find that hard to come to terms with. I really did.
Adrian appeared at Cheltenham Magistrates Court and was then sent for a 4-week trial at Bristol Crown Court. He denied murder and told the court his life had moved on. Since the alleged crime, he'd found a new fiancée who'd just given birth to a baby girl and was living with her on the farm. He was allowed bail, an added stress for Kate's family.
He was free to wander around the court and so on, and they would bump into him and sort of have to share the waiting area outside the court at times. And this they did find very difficult to deal with.
In the witness box, Adrian stuck to his story, but the jury didn't believe him. Kate's family were there to hear the guilty verdict.
People just sat there holding hands and very, very tense and nervous, and certainly when the verdict was given, it was just an electric atmosphere in court. And of course the family were crying, they were overcome with emotion, and they could hardly believe what they'd heard.
On February the 5th, 2010, Adrian was found guilty of murder, even though how he'd done it was never proven.
We can only really speculate about what actually happened to Kate Prout. I mean, there is one person that I would suggest that does know, and that's Adrian Prout. But the judge, in his sentencing remarks, agreed with the prosecution proposition that Adrian killed Kate in an unplanned but provoked attack, if you like, that sparked as a result of the divorce disagreement and a culmination of things that had happened in the days leading up to the 5th of November. The probability is that he killed her with his bare hands and probably by strangulation. The fact that there was no forensic evidence found at the house would suggest that there was no blood seen, so that scenario would seem to make perfect sense and fit the circumstances.
How Adrian disposed of the body is unknown. Police did consider the possibility Kate had been fed to pigs, but suspect there's a more obvious answer.
Adrian was a professional pipe layer and had his own business with heavy machinery, pipe laying machinery. So he did have all the equipment that you could use to conceal a body under the ground. And that's probably what's happened to Kate.
Sentencing Adrian to life with a minimum of 18 years, the judge said his concealment of the body was a very aggravating factor. He recalled evidence describing how Kate had placed flowers on her parents' grave, something her own family would never be able to do.
It's tragic. Tragic that she died for money. That's all this boils down to, is money and greed. It's two lives absolutely ruined, and lots of other people's lives blown to pieces as well.
The family are now trying to recover Kate's share of the farm. Adrian's daughter Laura has never accepted he's guilty. She has a Facebook page campaigning for his release and claiming Kate deliberately disappeared to frame him. But Kate's family have no doubts he was her killer.
Some people say to me, don't you ever wonder sometimes a little bit that Kate's still there? And I said, no, she isn't. I know if Kate was still there, she would never, ever have allowed any of this to go on. She wouldn't have put the whole family through everything we've had to go through.
We feel we have got justice for Kate, but although we can close that chapter, we can't close the book. We need to know what's happened to Kate and where she is, but we don't know whether we ever will.
Remember this image. A 7-year-old girl hides in a wood and sees her father kiss a young woman who is not her mother, not his wife. This is where it began, really, for the girl.
I did idolise him. I did have him on a pedestal. He is that type of person.
But Sam's father was to abuse her love for him. A few years later, her parents' bedroom, her mother's shredded dress, a farewell note.
So many different stories told to so many different people, a web of lies.
The apparently tranquil seaside town of Bournemouth, where a childhood ended, where there was murder, but where beneath layers of deceit, little was as it seemed.
The problem with fantasists is that they get caught up with all the lies they've told, and they forget that the truth is still the truth. And no matter how much you bury it, it can still find its way to the surface.
The stolen kiss in the woods was in 1976. Samantha Gillingham, then 7, is grown up now, married, with a 21-year-old son of her own. Then she was an only child living with her parents, Russell and Veronica Packman. Hers was an unsettled childhood. The family dynamics held many clues to what was to come.
Personality-wise, my father was very extrovert and cocky, but I thought that my father was just the bee's knees, really, as far as fathers were concerned. My mother was nothing like my father. My mother was stunning. I wouldn't say a trophy wife is the correct way to actually put it, but certainly somebody that was attractive, had a nice figure, and maybe somebody who was submissive. I was never close to my mother, though. There wasn't ever a mother-daughter bond.
Russell's own upbringing was disturbed. Nicknamed Flash Harry because of his liking for Rolex watches, an admirer of the glamour surrounding the Cray brother gangsters, he had convictions for robbery in GBH and spent time in Borstal. But he later embarked on a successful career as a draftsman in the aviation industry.
My father had absolutely no qualifications in this line of work. He'd quite literally blagged his way into this business, becoming very good at it. He obviously was very good at it because it financed a very nice life. But on top of that, he then took my mother into the industry as well and taught my mother.
In those days, Russell and his wife were a tight team. Looking after Sam was fitted around their careers. When she was 7, they went to Germany for work.
My parents literally just found a school and they just left me there. And I can remember I was very, very distraught. I was completely abandoned, foreign country, foreign language.
In 1977, when she was 9, they relocated again, this time to Canada. Sam had little contact with anyone save her parents.
My father put a huge amount of energy and effort into me. You know, my father and I dancing, you know, playing for hours upon hours. I constantly had this urge to please him, to become his, I did idolize him. I did have him on a pedestal. He is that type of person where you want his approval.
Being idolized was important to Russell. In many ways, his household was his fiefdom.
If you did something wrong in the house, you used to have to do bow downs. It was literally down on your hands and knees. You'd literally have to do this bow down movement. Bow downs is definitely a controlling thing.
Chance.
If I didn't eat my food, the plate was just put on top of my head. I can remember my mother having to take me upstairs to the bathroom to rinse food out of my hair.
There are aspects of this which are really disturbing. Here's a young girl with no friends who's desperate for her father's love, but he's indifferent to her most of the time and throws her a few kind of crumbs now and again, which she desperately clings on to. The mother and the daughter are both kind of bit part players in his fantasy. He's someone who's prepared to use other human beings for his own psychological gratification.
He forced his wife to cut off all communication with her family, and he didn't like her name, Veronica.
She changed her name to Carol Ann, and my father's sister, her name is Carol Ann, so it is quite strange, really.
Russell, with his record of violence, knew how to deal with those who crossed him.
We had a German Shepherd, and the dog who became ill was messing hugely in the house. I woke up to the most horrendous of fracas going on. And I can remember coming out from my bedroom door to find just this mess. And the next day, I can remember my father saying to me that unfortunately, you know, that Panda had been very ill. And yes, well, I'm sorry to say, but Panda's now, he's gone to heaven. Well, actually, what actually transpires is that my father had quite literally kicked that dog to death.
In the 18th year of their marriage, now back from Canada and with their daughter aged 15, Russell and Carol bought a home in Bournemouth. Things were to happen here which make it hard for Sam to return.
This is Ipswich Road. In the past year, I've been back here quite a bit, but I only normally stand at the bottom of the driveway. And this is the last place where I lived as a family, together with my parents.
A fourth person appeared on the scene. Patricia Causley was an employee at Russell's new insurance business.
Patricia was older than me, but younger than my parents. Very bubbly.
This is Patricia.
My father says that Patricia needed somewhere to stay, and it was just a temporary thing. And this is where Patricia stored her furniture, but of course, Patricia's furniture never did get moved out because Patricia never moved out.
All the characters were now assembled. Nightmare was about to descend. Russell Packman had brought Patricia Causley into his family's Bournemouth home and soon was training her in aviation draftsmanship, as he'd done with his wife. It became clear they were having an affair, but for his daughter Sam, Patricia, who was only 12 years her senior, felt like an older sister.
Was somebody who was more in tune with fashion, as it were, and accessories, and my mother wasn't like that. My mother wasn't that sort of person. And so Patricia kind of became my pal as well. So now I had my father as a pal, and I had Patricia as well. Patricia moved into my room, and my father moved out of the matrimonial bed, and he moved then into the spare room. And because my parents were now sleeping separately, I didn't really think there was anything really weird. Patricia sneaking out of my room and sneaking into my father's room. Unfortunately, I was kind of used as like a pawn, really, in my father's relationship with Patricia. My mother was desperately continuing as life was, despite the fact that this other woman was living in her home.
Sam's complicity went further. She actively protected Russell and Patricia as they had sex.
My father and Patricia were in bed together while I was stood out the window looking out to protect them, to make sure that my mother, when she was coming back, that they wouldn't get found in bed together. It just sounds so flipping perverted now. You don't realise what you're doing when you're that age. You don't realise. I do understand, though, that I was exploited in some ways for my naivety, though, my loyalty to my father. No loyalty to my mother.
There were other disturbing hints of perverse sexuality in topless photos Russell took of Sam as a child, echoing a photo of his wife.
It's the way that he's got me to actually hold my hair up. So it's not just a case of just a photograph of, oh, well, this is what you looked like when you were 13, how you were developing. There was definitely an element of the sexual.
Patricia's arrival coincided with a change in Russell's sexual habits.
He started to shave underneath his arms and his legs.
For a time, it seems Carol may have tried to meet his needs.
My father started to wear French knickers, silk French knickers, which my mother used to buy. With regards to Patricia, the driving force was definitely sexually motivated. Patricia was obviously giving my father something that my mother obviously wasn't giving him after a marriage of 20 years.
I think in Patricia, Russell found somebody he really needed. He needs someone to fuel his narcissistic fantasies of who he is, and he needs someone to fulfill his sexual fantasies as well.
There's a photo that I saw of my father, and you just think to yourself, he's in this picture that I've seen, he's in a cot, and it's, you know, full-grown man in a normal cot, wearing a nappy with a dummy in his mouth.
The roots of Russell's strange sexual behaviour may lie decades earlier. One incident in particular may have affected him.
We don't know if this is true or not, but he says that he was actually raped by a friend of his father. I don't know. I think that he felt that with his father, that his father hadn't supported, hadn't believed him.
So what do we know about Russell at this stage? Well, we know that he's completely under control. But of course, very, very hard to stay in complete control all of the time. And the whole dressing as an infant is about not being in control, about allowing someone else to be in charge of what's going on. And of course, this could be connected to his rape when he was 17. Because if you've ever been raped, of course, the last thing you want to do is allow someone else to control you in that way. But of course, this dressing in French knickers and so on, the kind of feminine side of his behavior, might also connect to the rape in a very different sense, which is what happens if that rape was much more consensual.
In late 1984, Russell won a new work contract in Yorkshire. He took both Carol and Patricia with him. Sam, aged 16, was left to fend for herself. One day, her mother travelled back to check everything was okay.
She started to actually confide in me with regards to the situation that she was in Yorkshire, with Patricia being there. And it was the first time, really, that my mother and I had actually spoken.
Since she was 7, Sam had kept a secret from her mother. She, Russell, and a teenage girl, Sonia, had been walking in woods, playing hide-and-seek.
I stepped out from the bushes and I looked back and I saw my father kissing Sonia.
Now, finally, she told her mother Russell's infidelity with Patricia was not his first.
But please, please don't tell him. I promise. You know what he's like.
Anyway, she goes back up there, they have a row. My mother, of course, has got some ammunition that she can use against my father. And of course, you know, she uses it. And the next thing is that I receive my phone call that evening.
Hello?
You are in serious trouble when I get home.
She promised. She said that she wouldn't tell you.
Well, she has told me, and you are going to pay.
Dad, I'm sorry.
I had no further nightly phone calls. I was literally just left in complete silence and fear. My father just came straight up the stairs to my bedroom, just opened up the door. He came in and he had like a hard-soled leather slipper, and he hit me and he hit me. And he said, right, we'll start again. He started hitting me again. And when he finished, he just threw me across the room. And my father said to me to go down the stairs and go and show Patricia. Patricia? Why the fuck? Sorry, but why Patricia?
Next morning, Sam was sent to fetch the papers.
So I walked to Westbourne. I was in absolute agony. I just had horseshoe ring marks all on my buttocks, down the backs of my legs. I just came home. My mother said to me there was a cup of tea in the pot if I wanted one. She didn't even ask me how I was. She just took my father up his tea and toast. I just ran away the next day.
Sam fled to Bournemouth seafront. There she met a friend. Police and social services were called, and she was taken into a children's home. That's where she spent Christmas 1984.
My mother came to see me in that time as well. It wasn't very good. I was never close to my mother, though. There wasn't ever a mother-daughter bond.
I don't think I love you anymore.
Though Russell was charged with actual bodily harm, he persuaded Sam to say both parents had attacked her, making it harder to pin specific blame. The charge was dropped and she was sent home.
I loved him dearly. Despite what he'd done to me, I wanted to go back home again. But I should have maybe gone down a different road. And then maybe then what happened then wouldn't have happened.
Isolated and rejected from all sides, Carol hit rock bottom.
remember one particular incident where my mother, she was on the kitchen floor and she was literally just wailing, just, I wouldn't say crying, I would just say just wailing like an animal. And my father got a bucket of water and he took the bucket of water and he poured it onto my mother. And I was trying to get my mother to get her up the stairs so that she could be put to bed. Because she was just, that's where she needed to go. It's just terrible that somebody could be in such a, mentally, just to be so desperate and for nobody to help her. I know I helped her to try and get up the stairs, but the whole situation, though, she needed bigger help than that.
The mother is systematically being destroyed here. She desperately needs help. She needs love and support, but nobody's going to her aid. Now, can we understand this from a psychology point of view? Well, we know that Sam has, in some sense, thrown her lot in with her father. She's identified with him. She knows how powerful he is. And we know that powerful figures draw in support in this way. She doesn't want to cross him because in every sense, she knows what he's capable of. He's capable of emotional, mental, and physical abuse. And she doesn't want to be on the wrong side of him.
Carol stuck it out for a few more months. But on June the 14th, 1985, she told her doctor she was separating from her husband and visited her solicitor to discuss divorce and her financial position. She told a friend she'd sooner burn the £40,000 house than let Patricia have her 50% share in its value. The next day, Russell's solicitor, Anthony Hackett-Jones, received a letter from him saying Russell intended to divorce Carol, but she was being difficult.
So at this point, Carol has picked herself literally up from the floor. She's going to do something about it. She's taking charge of her life again. But the problem is that in this household, when you go against Russell's will, that can be a very dangerous thing to do.
The exact date of what happened next is not clear.
My father and I were going to London to do some sightseeing. I don't remember leaving the house, the journey to London. I do remember being in London, and I remember seeing Patricia at the window of the car, but I don't remember the actual journey back.
Memories of what she found on return are crystal clear.
I remember exactly going into the house, went into the kitchen, and there on the work surface was my mother's wedding ring and a note.
I've had enough. I can't take it anymore. Take care of yourself. Mum.
I ran straight up the stairs to my parents' bedroom because I obviously wanted to see how gone was gone. The wardrobe doors were all open. There was a cocktail dress of my mother's in red, and the dress had been shredded.
No clothes or belongings were missing.
But she hasn't even taken anything.
I think initially I felt indifferent, which I know sounds terrible, but there was it was almost as if that we had been living in a pressure cooker and that the pressure had been released from the house.
On June the 21st, 1985, Russell reported Carol missing, but made it clear he wasn't worried.
My father's reaction was, she's just seeking attention, she'll be back.
A new normality asserted itself. Russell insisted Sam get a job, which she did, as a chambermaid in the Tralee Hotel, now a travel lodge. And in the evenings, she, Patricia and Russell had civilised meals together.
My mother had now gone, and nobody seemed to be particularly interested in where she might be and was she coming back. But it didn't take long for my father's relationship and mine to actually deteriorate.
I actually think it's time you moved out. You know, got a place of your own.
Fine.
It's almost as if she's just surplus to requirements now.
That's it. Please don't go, Sammy. Not like your mother did.
She was useful to the father earlier on in the war of attrition against the mother, as a useful ally, as a lookout, as someone who worshipped him, and he needed that affirmation from her constantly. But now she just reminds of him of an earlier life. He's got a new life now with Patricia, and she's no longer necessary.
The next day, Sam returned for her belongings.
My father was stood at the top of the steps. I said to him, your wife's left you, your daughter's now left you, and hopefully she'll see sense and leave you as well. You end up a sad, lonely old man. All I actually wanted was for everybody just to come home and just for it all to be okay. It wasn't okay.
Sam had nowhere to go. She was on her own. For Russell and Patricia, life would soon take an unexpected and dramatic twist. Following the disappearance of her mother, relations between Sam and her father Russell and his lover Patricia had deteriorated. She walked out.
This is Bournemouth Pier. The day that I left home, this is where I came to. This is actually underneath the pier, and this was somewhere else where you could actually come, where you would be safe, you'd be dry and warm. And, you know, yes, there were other people that were underneath here, but they never caused me any harm at all.
Sam lived by eating and washing at the hotel where she worked. But the 16-year-old drifted into a cycle of partying, drugs and shoplifting. She lost her job and ended up on Social Security. She met her future husband, who was then a heroin addict, and they stole Russell's checkbook to buy cars and bikes. By September 1986, both were in prison. Sam rarely saw her father, but released from jail, she visited him and Patricia at Christmas 1987.
I said, have you heard anything about my mother at all? And there was just this momentary silence. It's just a fractional second where things just stop.
Well, yes, she just walked into a police station, said that she was fine and didn't want any more to do with us.
It was just question, answer, okay, fine, I just accepted it.
Later, Sam told Russell she'd try to find her mother.
My father said to me, if you continue to try and find your mother, I will never speak to you again.
I'd like some information, please.
Certainly, madam. What's the name, please?
Caroline Packman.
By 1989, now married, Sam had lost touch with her dad, but she was pregnant and wanted to let both parents know. She did try to trace her mother through the police without success. Russell had adopted Patricia's surname Causley so as to appear married to her and changed his number. Police managed to trace him nevertheless and asked him to call Sam.
Dad?
What do you want?
I thought you might like to know you're going to become a grandfather. Dad?
I can't talk to you right now, Sam. I don't want to know anything about it.
It?
The it is now 21, named Neil after his father.
It is quite hard to understand why someone would call you it, or, you know, why he wouldn't want anything to do with, you know, with something that's his own flesh and blood.
Sam refused to give up. Believing Russell would after all be happy to meet his newborn grandchild, she went to visit.
He was wearing this peach-coloured jumper, which seemed quite shocking. It was just such an effeminate colour. I went there to try and just talk to him, and he just freaked me completely.
You're always banging on about Mum. You've no idea about Mum.
You don't need to tell me.
My father just started going on about my parents' sex life.
In bed, she was frigid.
You don't need to tell me this.
I thought it was the most weirdest thing, and then he slammed his hands down on the table and he said, you know, well, fuck you. And I slammed my hand down on the table back and said, no, fuck you. Got up and I just out.
Why did he talk so inappropriately? Well, there's a way of constructing himself to say, look, I'm an odious human being. It might have been a way of directing her out the door, pushing her away. Why would he do that psychologically? Because in some sense, she's moved on in her life now. He might still want that affirmation from her. He's not getting it now because she's with a new partner.
For the next 4 years, Sam became engrossed in bringing up her child and dealing with a sometimes turbulent married life. Then out of the blue, she received a visit from the police which would change her life forever.
They said, well, we have some bad news for you. And I have to say, it just turned my world just completely upside down.
20th of October, 1993. Sam was told Russell, his solicitor Anthony Hackett-Jones, Patricia and another woman had hired a yacht from Hamble near Southampton. They'd sailed to St. Peter Port on Guernsey in the Channel Islands and had lunch beside the marina. That evening, they'd set sail again for France. At 12:36 a.m., the Coast Guard had received an SOS call saying, "Man overboard." The person who'd made the call was Patricia.
Can you give us some details, please? How long has the person has been over the side? How long has the person have been in the water? How long? We think half an hour, maybe an hour.
The lifeboat was launched, and by 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 of the 4 original occupants of the boat were in hospital on the island. Russell was nowhere to be seen. 2 hours later, Philip Faller of Guernsey Police, then a sergeant, now a chief inspector, was handed the case.
At first, I really wasn't that interested in getting involved in this, but actually, as I started to talk to the people involved, that really brought about gut reaction, a gut feeling about things that weren't right. This started to unravel into a bit of a mystery, something that became all-engrossing for me.
Sergeant Faller went to see the 3 boat occupants in hospital.
I noticed Mr. Hackett-Jones was making some notes on an A5 notepad, writing down some figures. I then moved on further down the ward and spoke with Patricia.
I just feel so desperate and so upset.
Her reactions seemed to be completely over the top, banging her head on the table. She started off by making it quite clear that she was Russell Causley's wife and that they were married. And I'd actually noted that, written that down in the statement.
The detective asked the solicitor whether he'd kept the yacht's log up to date while on board.
He said that he hadn't, but that he had written his own notes, which were made at the time during the course of the journey, and produced this A5 pad showing coordinates, which I believed at that time were the figures that he was writing when I came into the ward.
At midday, the search for Russell was called off. Many questions remained unanswered by the boat's occupants.
Whilst at the hospital, I'd arranged to meet them the following morning at about 10 o'clock, here at Moores Hotel, which is where they stayed overnight. I'd actually got here about 8 o'clock that morning because I wanted to meet up with somebody from the Hamble Yacht Club to discuss some detail about the yacht itself, which was moored in St. Peter Port Harbour. But to my complete surprise, I found all 3 of them coming out this door here with their luggage, going towards a waiting taxi.
The solicitor explained they were catching a flight home, despite the continuing search for Russell.
They said they didn't really want to speak with me, got into the taxi turned around here and went off down the hill.
Highly suspicious, he asked his boss if he could arrest the 3 before they boarded their flight home, but was told any offence would have occurred outside Guernsey jurisdiction. The state of the yacht when it was rescued had also aroused suspicion. John Webster was the lifeboatman who brought the vessel, the Talon Noir, to land. What he found on board the boat, similar to this one, did not suggest the occupants were genuine sailors.
The autopilot hadn't even been switched on. The VHF radio was on an obscure channel, and they seemed to be having difficulty in using it. The Talon Noir's ropes were just thrown over the rails, and they were still hanging there, as with the fenders over the side of the boat. An admiral once said, a boat at sea with a fender out is like a lady going to a ball with her curlers in.
Sam might never have had the visit by police a week after the incident without a chance event in the life of her Auntie Carol, Russell's sister.
This is what I wanted to show you.
A friend showed the aunt a news article about a Mr. and Mrs. Causley and a drowning accident. The aunt thought Guernsey police should know Patricia was not Russell's real wife and that there was a daughter, Sam.
I'd like to speak to Inspector Fowler, please.
Sam's Auntie Carol phoned me and said that, in actual fact, Carol was Russell's wife, and this was totally contrary to what Patricia had told me in her statement at the hospital.
And they said, well, your father is missing, presumed dead at sea. I was just absolutely devastated. I obviously desperately needed to speak to Patricia because she was there and I just wanted information as to what had happened. And I started to find out stuff about that there's sea plates and that bodies could go underneath sea plates and they wouldn't be able to get out. And it's just absolutely horrific, the things that go through your mind, that somebody has drowned.
But when Sam finally got hold of Patricia, days later, she learned little.
It's my dad. I've lost my dad.
It's my husband. My husband. I've lost my husband.
He's not your husband. He's still married to my mum.
Oh, look, Sam, I've got my own grief to deal with.
Deeply suspicious, Sergeant Fowler had already placed insurance companies on alert for claims relating to the yachting incident. Sure enough, claims began rolling in lodged by the solicitor, Anthony Hackett-Jones, on behalf of Patricia. Some were passed to John Saunders, fraud investigator. The claims totalled around £850,000.
Russell Causley was allegedly buying a very expensive property near Harrods. He'd applied for a large mortgage, and the insurance policy he'd applied for was to cover the mortgage. And I thought perhaps it was a ruse to obtain a large life insurance policy without maybe too many questions being asked. Literally hours before he went sailing, Hackett-Jones asked for the life insurance policy to take immediate effect. That's unusual because normally in such circumstances, the policy would not take effect until the mortgage was finalised and the purchase finalised.
Convinced the death had been faked, the insurance fraud investigator and the detective went to see Sam. She refused to believe Russell would put his family through such pain.
I have to say, at that point, I was quite offended by as to what he said, but because I just couldn't believe that my father was actually capable of committing a fraud to fake his own death for life insurance payouts.
But John Saunders found most people thought the opposite.
No one seemed to really believe that he had died. People seemed to think it was one of his little tricks, one of his little scams. He appeared to have a reputation. What was interesting, I spoke to a jeweller in Bournemouth who said that now that if Russell Causley was dead, then he'd lost a valuable customer. Because it transpires that most years when Russell went on holiday, he appeared to lose a gold Rolex, and the insurance company replaced it via the jeweller, which was ironical in that Patricia Causley also submitted a claim for the jewellery, and I think it was also a gold Rolex, that he was wearing when he allegedly fell overboard from the yacht.
John Saunders and Sergeant Fowler questioned Patricia. Once again, she displayed extreme emotion.
She wept throughout the interview, and I didn't believe a word she said. In fact, the following day, I received a phone call, I think it was from her doctor, saying that she was very suicidal. If she should kill herself, then I would be held responsible. Well, that was ridiculous.
The fraud squad in London took over the inquiry, but Sergeant Fowler continued working on the case in Guernsey.
I spent a lot of personal time on this inquiry, and there were people that constantly reminded me that I was probably getting it wrong, but I would often come out here walking and come to this particular place here where, looking out, is the actual location where Russell would have had his accident being lost at sea.
You start to realise the man that you've idolised for such a long period of time isn't the man that you thought that he was.
Investigators were convinced Patricia would lead them to Russell. 4 months after the yachting incident, the pair were observed rendezvousing in a pub. Perhaps fearing they were being watched, they left separately. Patricia drove off, but Russell left on foot to be met by waiting police officers.
I was naturally delighted, but I had a strong urge to go and have a few words with Patricia Causley about her suicidal tendencies.
It emerged on the day of the incident, Russell had caught the ferry to the mainland while the others went out on the yacht. He'd then gone to ground in Brighton, living as a woman. The full extent of the fraud became clear. On top of the yachting scam, there were false claims for a robbery at home, plus thousands of pounds worth of lost luggage. In March 1995 at Southwark Crown Court, Russell admitted conspiracy to defraud and was sentenced to 2 years. Patricia was given a 1-year suspended sentence. Russell's solicitor, Anthony Hackett-Jones, against whom the Causleys testified, was given 3 years. The weight of the law coming down harder on someone paid to uphold it.
And I honestly think that he thinks to himself, well, I wasn't dead, was I? So what's your problem? You know, I'm alive and well now, get over it. But he doesn't understand mentally just what damage that actually does to you.
To Sergeant Fowler, this wasn't the end of the case. He was determined to find out what had happened to Sam's mother. Russell Causley was in prison, but the investigators hadn't finished. Sergeant Phil Fowler of Guernsey Police was increasingly suspicious about the disappearance of Russell's wife, Carol.
The more I looked into where she might be, the more it seemed that she no longer existed.
The last confirmed sighting was the visit a decade earlier to her solicitor, inquiring about a divorce.
I made inquiries with Passport Office, Register for Births and Deaths, their own medical records, lots of inquiries with Canada, Italy, Germany, through her old work colleagues.
Sam helped police with their search.
If you leave a footprint, no matter what it is that you're doing, and one by one, we couldn't find any record of my mother.
Phil went to interview Patricia.
Patricia had mentioned that some 3 years previously she'd spoken with Carol, but I more specifically asked where I could perhaps find Carol at that moment in time, at which point Patricia turned to me and looked me directly in the eye and said, "To be honest with you, Sergeant Fowler, I don't think you will ever find Carol." And for a moment, that's stunned me because that was quite a chilling statement to make.
Dorset Police took up the case, working with Sergeant Phil Fowler. It emerged a mother and daughter claiming to be Carol and Sam had gone to a police station to say that Carol didn't want to be found.
Of course, I was daughter, and I, for a fact, had not been into the police station with my mother.
It was never proven who that woman was. However, Patricia had previously pretended to be Carol to get a permit to work with Russell in the aviation industry in Canada after the disappearance. Colleagues who'd known the real Carol rumbled the deception, informed the mounted police, and the couple fled back to Bournemouth.
Patricia also disguised herself as Carol at a firm of solicitors in order to change the name on the deeds to the house over to Patricia from Carol. And this then meant that Patricia had every right to the house jointly with Russell.
Whoever investigators spoke to among Russell's acquaintances, a different account had been given to explain Carol's disappearance.
To some, it would be that she's now in Germany. To others, that she was now working in Canada, Italy. With some, it would be that she's gone off with another man. It seemed to me that he lived a life of deceit and fakery, really. So many different stories told to so many different people, a web of lies.
Investigators were convinced that the secret Russell was hiding was that he had killed Carol.
We could prove that Carol no longer existed, and there was mounting suspicion and increasing evidence that she'd been murdered. But at that stage, we had insufficient to charge anybody with her murder.
It was Russell himself, perhaps through his inability to resist concocting fanciful stories, who sealed his own fate. It emerged that whilst in jail, he'd boasted to 3 fellow inmates about murdering his wife. The first conversation at Brixton Prison was with Michael Lamond.
Russell was asked why he was on remand, to which he told him that it was for fraud. But then he went on to say that, thank God it was for fraud and nothing else. And when pressed on the point, Russell then went on to explain that he'd killed his wife and that arranged for her body to be buried in a cemetery, in a freshly dug grave.
Scientists from Bournemouth University probed graves in local cemeteries but found no evidence to back the claim. The second conversation was at Ford Open Prison near Arundel in West Sussex, where Russell approached an inmate called Murphy.
Knowing that he had some knowledge of the effects of acid, he'd asked him whether or not acid would burn away bones. Murphy felt that acid wouldn't affect human bones, to which Russell responded that the acid that he'd used would have been strong enough to completely dissolve any trace of any human body. He said that it was painless for her because he gave her a shot of gas, put a plastic bag over her head, and then dissolved the body completely, right down even to any traces of hair.
The final conversation was at Exeter Prison. Russell spoke to an inmate called Briggs.
He said that he had chopped the body up with an axe and then put the body parts into plastic bags and then disposed of them down a mine shaft in the New Forest. There was now finally unignorable evidence to charge Russell with the murder of his wife. And on the day of his release from prison, after serving his sentence for the fraud, the police were waiting, took him in, and later charged him with the offence.
11.5 years after Carol's disappearance, Russell Causley stood trial at Winchester Crown Court. He denied murder.
I was petrified. I had to give evidence against this man. It's very difficult to have to do that when your father is sat there in the dock, smirking at you whilst you're actually doing this. And believe me, when I gave evidence against my father, I was absolutely trembling.
In December 1996, without ever revealing how he killed Carol and what he really did with the body, Russell was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. In 2003, on the basis that the inmate's evidence was unsound, he won a retrial. But the following year at Exeter Crown Court, with the inmate's evidence excluded, he was again convicted of murdering Carol by a unanimous verdict on circumstantial evidence alone. But many questions are left for those this inquiry touched.
I'd want to have a man-to-man conversation with him. Nothing to do with policing. I want to talk to him as a father to father and try and understand why it is to this day he can't speak with his own daughter, why he can't tell her what really happened. I mean, after all, he's served or serving his sentence. But why can't he, as a human being, as a father, bring himself to speak with Samantha and tell her exactly what happened?
As he said, and I quote from my grandfather's lips, if he knew how much of a pain and how much of a bitch my mother would have been, he would have got rid of her as well at the same time. He was just a selfish, greedy man that only wanted what he could get. He didn't care who he hurt in the process or what he'd done to get it. And, you know, that was achieved by killing my grandmother. He had a beautiful wife, he had a daughter, a nice house, you know, he had everything, and he threw it away.
The council have planted a tree in memory of Carol within sight of the house she shared with Sam, Patricia and Russell. He may soon be considered for parole. Sam has written to the Prime Minister objecting. Russell has never admitted guilt, never said where the body lies.
You tell me where my mother is, you allow me to bury my mother and to be able to put her somewhere where I know where she is, instead of a tree. My mother's been missing now for 25 years. And just because my father is convicted of my mother's murder, she still needs to be found. And I can't do anything about it. I can't change it. But just because it's 25 years doesn't mean to say that that it means any less.
A loved one taken without warning.
It sort of tips your world upside down.
A tragic accident or a brutal, calculated murder.
Why would somebody want to do that? And then suspicion started to mount.
A desperate need to secure vital clues.
We don't exactly know what's occurred. Without that, we're losing valuable evidence and we're losing time.
A fairy tale marriage that was to be tragically cut short. In the foothills of the beautiful Derbyshire Peak District, the market town of Chesterfield is a busy commercial hub, famous for the twisted spire on its parish church.
Chesterfield is your average town. We live in a predominantly rural county. It's got your normal crime level and incidents as you would expect.
Over the years, there has been serious violence and things like that, but it is very rare to Chesterfield.
The town was home to Colette and Christopher Daffin, who grew up, met and married here in 1993.
As a family, they was happy to be together, happy in life, happy just as a normal family.
But in July 2009, their happy family life was to be shattered forever. Colette Daffin was born in 1965 and grew up with her mum Maddie and dad John, along with her brother Chris and sister Jane in the Claycross district of Chesterfield.
She was the one that had the cuts and bruises. She ought to have been a boy. She used to crack jokes, and I think that come from her dad, though.
Colette was like any normal child, ever so fun-loving. When we had Chris and Jane, she was always the one to take them under her wing, sort of thing. She was absolutely ideal daughter. You couldn't wish for one better.
In time, Colette's parents separated and she went to live with her mum and her mum's new partner on Private Drive in the Chesterfield suburb of Hollingwood. In her teenage years, Colette met a boy and became pregnant. The relationship did not last and Colette was left to bring up her newborn son, Richard, alone.
We looked after her, just up to her.
Colette was a real natural mother. She was so loving, as mothers are. I think she had the same difficulties as most single mums. Money were a little bit tight, but she did go to work.
Colette got a job serving behind the bar at the local pub, the Hollingwood, and it was on a night working here that Colette met Christopher Daffin. The couple got on from their first meeting and soon became a serious item.
When Colette met Chris, she seemed happy. So if she's happy, I'm happy.
I thought Chris was a fine lad. From the day we met, we never had a bad word. I'd never had really a bad thing about him. He's a guy that you'd like your daughter to meet.
And the couple became closer still when Colette gave birth to their son, Jason. Shortly afterwards, Christopher and Colette announced they were getting married.
when she come and told me that she was getting married, I just went, whoopee, you know.
Seemed very happy together. I mean, they got married in a Methodist church at Staveley. And, you know, they were all happy and that, smiling. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it was a good day.
Colette was absolutely radiant on her wedding day. She was so happy. Life had taken off, I think. You know, everything was... everything I suppose a young girl dreams of was that it was happening. She just looked so beautiful and she looked so happy.
I think to Colette, it was the happiest day of her life. She did look really happy.
Love and to cherish. Till death us do part.
But on that magical day, no one could have anticipated that an early death would tragically end this beautiful marriage.
What's taking place now, you would never, ever dream that that would ever happen.
16 years after the couple's perfect wedding day, what appeared to be a routine road traffic collision turned out to be far more sinister. Christopher and Colette Daffin married in the town of Chesterfield in 1993. After 16 years of marriage, Colette was 43 years old. Christopher was 42. With their 2 children, Richard, 24, and Jason, 16, they were the picture of the regular family living on an average street. Chris was an electrician, and Colette worked alongside her mum at a local hotel.
They wanted somebody as a waitress, like, and I approached Colette and said, do you want to come and work up and be with me, you know, on my breakfast shift? So she says, oh, that'd be nice, Mum. I says, well, just go up for an interview. I says, and I'm sure you'll get a job. And she did. So we were all happy together, you know, it was a good environment to work. They all got on well.
When their eldest son Richard moved to Cumbria for work, Colette, Chris and youngest son Jason moved to a new house on Cedar Street.
When she moved to Cedar Street, she only lived just at hop-skip and a jump away from where I live. So we both found it easy to get to work because it was only a walk.
In fact, Colette's short walk to work would pass the very pub where she and Chris first met many years before. Early in the morning on the 8th of July 2009, Chris and Colette Daffin woke to an empty house. Their son Richard had moved to Cumbria for work, and their second son Jason was on holiday with family friends. Like most other mornings, they sat down to have breakfast together before going their separate ways for work. However, this morning, Chris decided that he was not going to go straight to work.
You don't mind if we go fishing here this morning?
No, that's fine. No.
Instead, he was going to go fishing at the local canal, just a couple of 100 yards from their home. With Chris gone, Colette got herself ready and left for work as a breakfast waitress around the usual time of 5:45 a.m. Her usual route to work was down Cedar Street, along Pine Street, and continuing down Elm Street to the Ringwood Hall Hotel. Around this time, dog walkers noticed a man behaving strangely on Private Drive.
Witnesses at that time, a couple of dog walkers had come forward and been identified who walk the dogs same time every day. And they'd identified something really unusual, which was a man hiding in the bushes near the Hollingwood pub wearing a grey hooded jacket and possibly sunglasses. And they'd never seen this man before, and it was unusual for somebody who appeared to be quite furtive, walking away and then going back to the bushes. So his whole demeanour was quite suspicious.
As she approached Pine Street, Colette received a phone call. Possibly as a reaction to this call, or distracted by it, Colette didn't turn down Pine Street as usual, but headed towards Private Drive, a slightly longer route to work.
I used to go to work a bit before Colette, because with me being supervisor, I'd got a bit first there So she used to poll him probably about 10, 15 minutes later. She was always happy-go-lucky when she come in. She used to brighten breakfast up.
However, Maddie wasn't at work that day on the 8th of July, as she had booked a day's leave. Colette Daffin never arrived at work that morning either.
Well, as I arrived at work on the 8th of July, the first thing I was notified was that there had been a fatal RTC, a non-stop road traffic collision where the vehicle had collided with the pedestrian and driven off. So it's still a suspicious incident, something we'd treat very seriously.
When Chris Daffin arrived home at about 6:30 that morning, he received a call from one of Colette's colleagues asking him where Colette was, as she had not turned up for work.
She left at the normal time.
Christopher made a call to the police, and the phone call to us was very much my wife's not turned up for work.
The police told Chris there had been an accident on Private Drive, which Superintendent Debbie Platt was monitoring.
What we do is road policing would take lead for the investigation, supported by a detective inspector. And we would lock down the road. We would try and identify the deceased, obviously.
The fact that Hollingwood was such a close-knit community meant officers at the scene were quickly able to put a name to the deceased.
There was a witness who came forward very, very close by to the actual reporting of the incident, who basically says, I know that person, I know who it is.
The body was identified as 42-year-old mother of two, Colette Daffin.
You've then got the distressing part of this job, which is having to speak to the family face to face.
I sat in the kitchen, sat in my dressing gown, having a cup of tea, and this knock come to the door. I could see a policeman and a policewoman. And they told me that there'd been an accident. I said, where is she? They said, I'm Private Drive. I said, no, we can't, because I don't go that way. I got really.
An officer was also dispatched to inform Christopher Daffin that his wife of 16 years was dead.
Hi, Chris Daffin.
Yeah.
Can I come in a minute, please?
Yeah.
The initial family liaison officer, he went to Christopher's address. He wasn't too sure about Chris's reaction. For all intents and purposes, his wife's left to go to work and she's been involved in this collision. And there was just something that just didn't seem to be right. He didn't show that much emotion.
I appreciate that people deal with grief very differently, and he'd had the most distressing news you could possibly take. But his responses and lack of engagement were a worry.
On hearing the news of Colette's death, Chris went to call on his mother-in-law, Maddie, as news of the accident spread to other members of Colette's family.
Around about 9 o'clock, I was informed by my manager that what had happened, and he actually brought me home, and somebody else brought my car. And then I walked in the house, and I don't think for 1 minute there anybody in the house. They all seemed to be outside on the patio, and I walked out to see Maddie. She was devastated, and at the time, her and Chris were sort of putting their arms around each other, consoling each other. I didn't know what to do myself. I was sort of, I don't know how to put it really. I thought, what can you do now? I mean, and I ended up having to phone everybody up. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
It says, there's been an accident. I says, yeah. He says, it's your Colette. I says, right, I'll be over as soon as I can. When I've just, I've sprint car back round him. And he said, no, it's fatal. So, only thing thought to do was ring my dad up. I just says, "How are you, Chris? Everything all right?" And he says, "No." And that's when the news came out. Sorry. But it sort of tips your world upside down.
He screamed. I can hear that scream now.
When he told me Colette had lost her life. Yeah, that's not good.
When I found out that it was a hit and run, I thought Chris would be absolutely fuming, as well as losing his wife that morning. You know, a few hours ago, we found out it's a hit and run. It's still clear in my mind now, as it was over a year ago, and it won't go away. Something I'll have to learn to live with.
Detective Inspector Rick Alton was starting to piece together the events surrounding Colette's death.
The main thing that I needed to look at is setting off enquiries to actually try and locate the actual vehicle that had been involved in the collision.
Again, a member of the local community was able to assist the police. He was travelling about 80 yards behind the offending vehicle when Colette was mowed down.
The make of the vehicle is a Vauxhall Frontier, and it was like the burgundy maroon red. We was quite fortunate to have a witness account that basically followed the Frontier down the road. As the vehicle was travelling down, it took an aggressive action towards the pavement, which again, building that in against the camber of the road would suggest to me that we was going to change this from not an average hit-and-run accident where somebody had been involved in a collision and then gone out of sheer shock. It was quite obvious that this was going to change to a murder investigation.
Investigations at the scene were also revealing evidence that was to become significant in the inquiry.
In the bottom of the hedgerow was part of the registration number L5, and trying to match that with the Vauxhall Frontier. And that gave us quite a significant lead in relation to tracing the vehicle.
The police national computer came up with 66 red-coloured Vauxhall Frontier vehicles with a registration starting with L5 in the Greater Chesterfield area.
An intelligence officer would obviously identify all of the 66 vehicles, identify the addresses, and then there would be actions to different officers or to different force areas to find out what movements that vehicle's taken.
One of the leads detectives followed was that 6 months earlier, a Vauxhall Frontier, matching the exact description of the vehicle that killed Colette, had been repeatedly reported as abandoned around the Clock Tower Business Centre in Chesterfield.
I was made aware that from the intelligence officer that a red Frontier had been seen at the Clockhouse Tower, which isn't too far away from the scene. And that was an abandoned vehicle report where a number of different people have rung in to say this vehicle's parked on private land, but clearly has got no MOT or tax and was causing an obstruction.
But on the day of Colette's death, searches for the Frontier in and around the Clock Tower Business Centre proved fruitless. With police believing this was now a murder inquiry, a specialist family liaison officer from Derbyshire CID was appointed to the Daffin family.
I was asked to note anything that I thought was suspicious. The time I spent with Christopher, my gut reaction was that something was not right. The behaviours he displayed, things he did, didn't seem to me to be the behaviours or the actions of a man who had just found out his wife had been killed. I just remember him being distracted and looking back quite cold on that morning.
Back at the scene of the crime, further evidence was being uncovered.
Colette has obviously come to rest once the vehicle's taken off at approximately where we are now. But the critical points for us as the investigating officer and me myself is the fact that in her left hand she had a mobile phone which had obviously suffered during the impact from the Frontier and it was broken in several pieces. The alarm bells start to ring, who's she been in contact with or who's tried to contact her. So for me to obtain that phone data would give me a line of inquiry to actually find out who she's been talking to and the length and time of the calls as well, which starts the investigation going and gives it some focus.
Police were about to obtain information from Colette's crushed mobile phone that could quite possibly tear Colette's family apart. The market town of Chesterfield, lying in the foothills of the Derbyshire Dales, was home to Colette and Christopher Daffin, who married in the town in 1993. On the morning of the 8th of July 2009, Colette made her usual walk to work at the nearby Ringwood Hall Hotel. But Colette's journey was cut short at around 6 a.m. that morning, when she was callously run down by a red-coloured 4x4 that failed to stop. Investigations at the scene led police to believe that this was not a road traffic accident, but a murder. And the fact Colette was on the phone around the time of her death led the police to request her phone data.
The mobile phone became very significant in itself because when we'd done some call data, it became then evident that there had been 2 calls from Christopher Daffin's to Colette Daffin, mobile to mobile, and Colette Daffin back to Christopher Daffin. And these calls were between 5:30 in the morning and 6 o'clock. And we believe she was killed around 6 o'clock that morning. So those 4 phone calls and that contact between them is very significant. And it was more significant because Christopher Daffin never told us about any of this.
However, Christopher Daffin did tell police that, as part of his electrical business, he rented storage space at the Clock Tower Business Centre, the same centre where a red Frontera had been spotted abandoned in the months leading up to Colette's death.
Information came in that Christopher Daffin had got a lock-up in the Clockhouse Tower. That then became quite critical information for me, and Christopher Daffin's status as a suspect was massively raised.
Senior Officer Debbie Platt called Family Liaison Officer Nicola Clark and Detective Constable Dave Portas to the scene, where they were briefed on the latest developments by Detective Inspector Rick Alton.
One of the inquiries that I wanted Dave to do when he went to support Nikki is to obviously find Christopher. Twofold: one, to get him away from the family, because I knew which way I think this investigation is now starting to go, and secondly, to obtain his phone.
About 20 minutes past 1 on that afternoon, we arrived at Maddie's house, Colette's mum's. Well, Christopher left. He'd left the house and he'd told them he was going to walk the family dog, and he'd gone home. So our next move obviously was to go to 5 Cedar Street, the marital home of Christopher and Colette Daffin.
Hey Chris, I'm DC Dave Portas. Can we come in and talk to you?
I asked him questions about his movements that morning, and I told him that we wanted his telephone. The only real questions he asked back were why we wanted the telephone. There were no other questions really. And I just explained to him that everything had to be looked into. It was a very serious incident and we needed to look at his phone. I stepped outside the premises and left Nikki with Christopher Daffin, and I telephoned Rick Alton, the DI. I explained to him I got the telephone, the mobile phone. I also told him that something didn't seem right. He was too calm. He wasn't cut up at all about what had happened. Something wasn't right. Something just wasn't right.
Chris, I want you to accompany us to the police station.
It made a decision to bring Christopher Daffin back to Chesterfield Divisional Headquarters to get details of what had happened to him that morning, what his movements were, and where he'd been, and what he knew about Colette's movements. He agreed to this, and we set off and we came back to Chesterfield Police Station.
There was concern around how he was behaving with the family liaison officers. There was concern around the vehicle was still outstanding. We still hadn't identified the red Frontera. We knew that Christopher Daffin had got a lock-up at the clock tower. We could put an abandoned red Frontera, similar number plate, to the clockhouse tower. And we knew that we weren't dealing with a non-stop collision at that point. If a woman dies in this country, the vast percentage die at the hands of a partner or husband.
But if this was to prove to be a domestic murder, it was not following the usual pattern of events associated with this type of crime.
The issue with domestic homicide, there generally appears to be an escalation of risk before. Somebody would have called, whether it was a neighbour, whether it was the victim, to report domestic abuse. The unusual factor in this case is that there was no history of domestic abuse reported to the police.
On the contrary, descriptions of Colette and Chris Daffin given to the police were of a very happily married couple.
And that, for me, was quite an unusual factor if we were considering him a suspect. Part of me would have anticipated that there would be something there, a motive or something around previous domestic violence within that household, and there didn't appear to be anything.
With no previous knowledge of Christopher Daffin, it was vital that police build a picture of who he was, and more precisely an account of his movements that morning.
Christopher Daffin told me that himself and Colette had slept together that night. They got up in the morning at 5 o'clock. He'd left the house at 5:15, and he was going to go fishing. So he went to the canal, which is local, only a few hundred yards from where they live, really. He said that there'd been telephone calls and texts between himself and Colette whilst he was at the canal. Something about an errand, she wanted him to run for bread, and that's as much as he said, really. And then, following that, he'd got back home and received a telephone call from Colette's boss at work, and telling him that she'd not arrived for work. So Christopher said he rang the police. He was told that there had been an accident, that somebody would come and see him. He also said that he walked from his house at Cedar Street to the scene, or to where the scene was taped off from, where he was met by a uniformed police officer. He explained who he was to the officer, and the officer took him home. Very shortly after that, I believe, the message was passed by officers that Colette was involved in the accident. Dave phoned me once he got down to the police station and basically gave me just a brief account of what Christopher's initially saying, and there was no sign of him going fishing. Nobody had seen any fishing tackle, and if he was fishing when when he had the news, it was a very short fishing trip. I'm local to this area. I know Chesterfield very well. I do a lot of mountain biking, and I do that route sometimes down there along the canal at Hollywood. And I know where he's saying he was fishing that there isn't a signal down there. It just increases my suspicions around whether his account is actually true or not.
With D.I. Alton convinced Chris was lying about where he was at the time of the phone call to Colette, the police decided to take a dramatic step in the investigation.
About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, possibly a bit later, myself, D.I. Alton, who's the deputy SIO, we sat in a police van and we were just reviewing the evidence, and the picture was obviously building around Christopher Daffin. And obviously to arrest anybody is a serious step and not one that you would ever take lightly. You run through a whole series of questions in your mind, because the impact for this family, if I arrest an innocent man, would possibly be catastrophic. Because not only have we told this family that the mother's died, that their daughter's died, but we're now also going to have to go back and inform them that the man we've arrested is the dad, is their son-in-law, is their son. And that's a really difficult decision to make. But the evidence was stacking up overwhelmingly against Christopher, and it's my duty to account for Colette's death.
And that's when it's the decision, arrest him for the murder. And although, and you say it now, it's quite easy to say, but within that van, there was quite a lot of pressure, because as soon as we make that decision, not only is it going to focus our investigation in relation to Christopher, what we have to bear in mind as well is that it's going to tear that family, potentially tear that family apart.
We hadn't located the vehicle. Christopher Daffin wasn't wearing a grey hooded top at the house, so there were obviously key pieces of evidence missing. But my view was that there was too much suspicion not to arrest, and we needed then to secure the house, the vehicle. He'd got a couple of vehicles on his drive anyway, and that for me became a key line of inquiry.
The decision to arrest Christopher Daffin only 7 hours after the death of his wife Colette was even a surprise to the investigating officers taking Chris's statement in Chesterfield Police Station.
As I was taking the statement, we got approximately a page and a half through the statement, and I received a phone call from D.I. Alton again. So I obviously left the room.
I'm speaking to Dave Porters over the phone and basically instructed him that this is what we want doing. Christopher's to be arrested on suspicion of the murder of his wife. And there was a bit of a pause. Then the pause went on a bit longer. And I basically had to say to Dave, did you hear that? And he come back, and it was quite obvious that Dave was shocked.
I was taken somewhat by surprise, but I went in, when I got some details off of Rick in relation to the phone calls, not tallying with what he was telling us, and other information that had come to light from witnesses, I went into the same room and I arrested him on suspicion of the murder of Colette.
What? You do not have to say anything?
The only thing he says, it was something like, what? And that was the only emotion I saw from him. He never said another word. He never spoke another word. I told him to follow me down to the custody suite, which he did. I led him down there. He never asked a question. He never said a word.
Following the arrest of Christopher Daffin, it was Nicola Clark's job to tell Colette's family that Chris was being held in custody as a suspect in her murder.
As a police officer, having to turn up at the family home and inform the immediate family members that we, as the police, had now arrested a husband who they trusted with the care of their daughter. It was a difficult thing to have to do, and their initial reactions were that they didn't want to believe.
Maddie was very, found it very hard to believe at that time that he could possibly do something like that. And she didn't want to believe it. But I don't know, neither of us wanted to believe it.
I read on the news that they've arrested a 42-year-old man on suspicion of Colette's death. Never in a million years did I think it was Chris that night.
I knew they'd got the wrong man. I mean, why would they arrest Chris? So, of course, I thought, well, he'll be released very shortly. Then we'll have a chat.
With Chris Daffin now in custody, police could secure his and Colette's property and search it thoroughly for evidence to link him to the crime. They were also keen to establish a motive.
The home address was sealed as a scene. There was 2 vehicles on the driveway, one of which was a white Vivaro van. Again, that was sealed as a scene. And we also locked down the lockup that Christopher used at the Clockhouse Tower, and then set the parameters of what I was asking staff to specifically look for. And certainly from the home address search, I was looking for a motive.
Is this a domestic dispute that's gone totally wrong? And it's been done out of sheer frustration, pressure? Is it financial? Is there anybody else still out there that could be involved? Bearing in mind with somebody lurking in the bushes.
Searches within the house retrieved financial documents which police hoped might point to a possible motive, while officers beginning a search of Chris Daffin's work van were about to make a significant discovery.
Myself and 2 other officers got to Cedar Street. Our intention of being to search a Vauxhall van, which he used for his work as an electrician.
And as we removed items from the car and van, they were to be photographed. I receive a call from the search team that's responsible for the search of Christopher's van. And with what they told me, it did blow my mind to a certain extent. They've recovered items of clothing which matched the description of the man that was alleged to have been in the hedgerow near to the scene. And also underneath that, a V5 document which related to a Vauxhall Frontera with the registration which started with L5. So quite hard to believe at that time. And I think after I'd put the phone down from the search advisor, it was very much sit back and have I just listened and heard what he's told me.
The V5 logbook directly linked Chris Daffin to a vehicle that matched the description of the one that brutally mowed down his wife, and the clothes found in his work van were identical to those worn by the man seen acting suspiciously at the scene immediately before the murder.
The fact that we found the old doll with the V5 document and the clothing did feel like a vindication for making the arrest, but you never make such an arrest on a wing and a prayer. You've got to have the courage of your convictions in this type of investigation, but we still needed to find that Frontera. It got to be somewhere local, and that would be the critical piece of the jigsaw.
And the person the police thought could help locate the Frontera was about to be interviewed by Detective Constables Dave Portus and Mandy Shunburn at Chesterfield Police Station.
It was after 10 o'clock that night we began the first interview with Christopher Daffin. I wanted to know about his family life, but by this time he'd taken advice from his solicitor and he maintained a no-comment interview. Every question that was asked, he replied no comment.
If you're genuinely an innocent individual, you would be crying out to be heard in that police station, and you would be giving us your movements and alibis and people who could assist, and we just got no comment after no comment after no comment.
No comment.
And although, you know, that's a person's perfect entitlement to do that, I just also think it's an indication of guilt of an individual.
When somebody decides to go no comment, although the interviewing officers are very frustrated, I'm frustrated because the family are asking us questions around what's happening and we can't give them an account.
Time was running out, and the police required cast iron evidence to charge Chris Daffin with the murder of his wife. They needed to find the murder weapon, the red 4x4, and that breakthrough would come the following day. On the morning of the 9th of July 2009, Colette Daffin's husband Christopher was in custody in Chesterfield. He was being held on suspicion of her murder by running her down in a red 4x4 the previous day. Colette's family found it impossible to believe her husband had killed her.
We thought Chris was a victim. Even how bad I felt, I thought, well, God, he must feel, well, it's ripped my heart out. How was he going to feel?
But Colette's sister Jane had information that would rock the family.
She came and she started saying that she knew about the affair he'd been having with this other woman, and Colette had asked her not to say anything.
It was just horrific, hearing all that. So as well as losing my sister, like I say, my mum and dad losing their daughter, after hearing all this.
We'd had information into the investigation team that Christopher Daffin was having an affair, and obviously that did become a line of inquiry in its own right. We arrested the other woman. She'd clarified that there had been a relationship over a number of years, that it had been an on-off relationship, and that it had finished, and that she had no idea whatsoever of his intention to kill Colette. And with her movements and an alibi from other people, we were quite clear that she hadn't been involved in the preparation or the actual act of murder.
Christopher Daffin wouldn't admit that he'd been having an affair. He says he was friendly with this woman, but he wouldn't have it that he was having an affair. It's strange, but when asked if he was having an affair with this woman, he denied it. But when asked if he'd murdered Colette, he went no comment.
Police had arrested Chris less than 7 hours after Colette's death. Subsequent searches of Chris's work van had revealed clothes similar to those worn by a man acting suspiciously at the scene, and a logbook belonging to a red-coloured Vauxhall Frontera, the vehicle used in Colette's killing. A vehicle that the police had yet to trace.
The frustration that we're feeling, because this car is still outstanding. You know, we've looked at everything. We've looked at the intelligence systems. We've looked at AMPR, the number plate recognition system. We've looked at speed cameras. We've had the helicopter up doing all the surrounding area. We've even gone to the extent of asking the fire service, not just in this county, but other counties, if they get any burnt out vehicles.
The car is critical because it's actually the murder weapon that was used to murder Colette. And by finding the vehicle, hopefully we will then have forensics on the vehicle that would connect Christopher to the inside of the vehicle and Colette, sadly, to the outside of the vehicle.
Once again, it was a member of the public that came forward with vital information.
A call comes into the police, and it's basically a woman local to the community. She's heard about the incident because of how close the community is, and she's walking down a pathway at the back of a club that's waiting to be knocked down. It's totally derelict, and stuck right underneath the club in like an open garage is the Vauxhall Frontera. So this is what used to be the Troughley Club, and the day after the murder, this is where the Vauxhall Frontera was found.
Detectives found petrol and gas canisters in and around the Frontera. They believe it was Chris Daffin's intention to return to the vehicle at an opportune time and, by igniting the canisters, explode both the car and the derelict club, totally destroying any evidence held within it.
For us as an investigation team, that would have been quite a critical point for us, because a lot of the evidence that we found from the vehicle would have been lost within the fire and obviously buried under, as you can see, quite a large amount of the rubble.
DNA and forensic evidence in and around the Frontera undisputedly linked Chris to the vehicle, even down to the shoes he wore on the day of the murder.
The decision to make that early arrest was, in my mind, validated completely, because had we not, we would have lost critical evidence. If Christopher Daffin hadn't been locked up on the 8th, we would potentially have lost the evidence in the white Vivaro van, the grey hooded top, the V5 document, and definitely the Frontera vehicle. So, in terms of justifying that arrest, and feeling that, it was the right decision to make at that time, you can look back now and think, it was the right decision to make.
So the decision then is made to charge Christopher in relation to the murder.
Police submitted their evidence to the Crown Prosecution Service, and just before 1 a.m. on the morning of the 10th of July 2009, less than 48 hours after Colette Daffin's death, her husband, Christopher Daffin, was charged with her murder.
Charging on the 8th of July 2009, Chesterfield, County Derby, murdered Colette Daffin, obviously common to make another glass of jelly.
When I heard about all this, I thought I could read people so well. I know he wasn't like that initially. He was happy, but it just deteriorated to this stage. Once he's messing about with other women, there's no room for three in the marriage.
But detectives were about to uncover the real motive behind Colette's murder.
The specialist departments that we have that can look deep into people's finances. There was one of the financial investigators, Mark, with just an A4 piece of paper and shaking it with a great smile on his face, and puts it on the desk and says, "Look at that." Well, to me, I basically said, "Well, what am I looking at?" Because it's an insurance policy for £250,000.
Life insurance had been taken out on Colette Daffin for a figure far greater than any other previous policy. And police had concerns regarding the authenticity of the signature on the policy.
It came back from the forensics at Birmingham, which basically says that that is not Colette's signature, which again when you sit back and you think, this has obviously been planned over a considerable period of time, again, that gives you your motive.
With overwhelming evidence stacked up against him, Christopher Daffin eventually pleaded guilty to the murder of his wife, Colette. On the 7th of April 2010, Chris Daffin appeared at Nottingham Crown Court for sentencing.
When the judge sentenced Christopher Daffin to 25 years for murder, it's a mixed emotion, really. You know that your decisions, your investigations have been sound, and that's been justified in a court of law. But you're also conscious you sat in that courtroom and there are numerous family members and friends there. And so it's a mixed emotion, really.
She was my daughter and friend. I rode into one. I just feel lost. Part of me is ripped away. It'll never mend. Nobody knows what it's like for a mother to have to bury a child.
In January 2008, 41-year-old Tatty Rogers visited a supermarket in Wrexham, North Wales, and then vanished without a trace.
It looked very suspicious, as if she just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Tatty's friends knew she wouldn't travel far or be gone for long without making contact.
There was a point where we just thought, that's it now. There is no chance of her coming back. Something had happened and we weren't going to see her again.
To find Tatty, detectives would have to use all their cunning and draw their prime suspect into a high-stake game of cat and mouse.
We had to create a scenario where he believed we knew more than we actually did. We just didn't know whether he'd take the bait.
Close to Wrexham in North Wales lies the suburb of Gwersyth.
Gwersyth is quite large. There's a lot of new building work going on, a lot of new housing, very posh really, bringing a lot of new people to the area. It's quite an up-and-coming, aspirational place to live.
The area was home to Indonesian-born Irma Tatty Rogers, known as Tatty to her friends.
I describe Tatty as a very loyal friend. She was a very warm and loving person.
She liked music, she liked sightseeing, she liked dancing. Tatty is a very strong woman. She got a heart of gold.
Tatty moved to Wales after meeting her husband when he was travelling through Southeast Asia in 1996.
Although Tatty was far away from home, she made sure that her culture was very much part of her day-to-day life. She had a large circle of friends, a lot of which were either Indonesian or Southeast Asian.
We became very close friends and we support each other because at that time, not many people from Asia came to this country. I treat her like one of my sisters.
Tatty loved her life in Wales and enjoyed working in a local dairy, but was devastated when her marriage ended in divorce in 2004.
I always said to her, if your marriage broke down, it's not the end of the world.
Tati had to rebuild her life. She found a flat in Gwersycht. She slowly found that life wasn't too bad living on her own. In time, she learned to enjoy herself again.
Eventually, months after the end of her marriage, Tati even started dating again.
She didn't actually tell me at the time because of her religion, I think. She didn't want to be known as somebody who went out dating.
She don't want to get hurt again, and she very careful to commit to somebody else. She wants somebody to look after her, somebody that can love her the way she is. What she's craving for is happiness.
Slowly but surely, Tati regained her confidence and was looking to the future.
Towards the end of 2007, I felt that Tati had established a really nice life for herself. Tati just wanted to be happy with a husband and hopefully children, and to settle down with somebody loyal, faithful and respectful as she was.
And with a new year to look forward to, Tati Rogers was full of optimism. Over Christmas and New Year, Tati was keen to catch up with as many friends as possible. So on Friday the 4th of January 2008, she confirmed that she would visit her friend's house for lunch the next day.
Tati sent us a text message. The text said, "Just to let you know, see you tomorrow around 1:30. See you soon. Love, T."
It was a belated Christmas dinner, really. Tati was bringing some Indonesian food, and Hannah had made stuff as well, so we're looking forward to seeing her again.
But the next day, Tati was uncharacteristically late.
At 1:30, when Tati didn't show up, we thought it was a bit strange because Tati was always very punctual. She would always text or call you to let you know that she'd been delayed for whatever reason.
2 o'clock came and went, and I said, well, this isn't right, because she would have phoned us. Where is she? She must have, perhaps the bus has been delayed or something.
We thought, well, it's a bit strange. We'll send her a message just to say, are you all right? Are you on your way?
As time passed by, Hannah and her mother became even more concerned.
About an hour later, we really were worried, and we kept on texting, even phoned the house a few times. No answer.
We had reached a point where we had to do something to find out what had happened, which is why my mum suggested that it was best if we go over and check on her ourselves.
Hannah and I drove down to Gwersycht, got there, knocked at the door, no answer, called through the letterbox. I went round to the back of the flat and peered in through the window. No sign of anybody.
It was obvious something was wrong.
Perhaps she'd passed out for some reason. So we were worried for her safety, really, worried in case she was ill.
Troubled by her friend's disappearance, Anne made a suggestion.
When there was no answer, I said, we must go to the police.
And my first response was, well, they won't take this seriously. She's not turned up for lunch, she's not gone missing. We just haven't seen her for a couple of hours.
But Anne was insistent.
I said, well, no, things aren't right. We have left it a while. We've left it since 2 o'clock this afternoon. There was something wrong. I said, we must go to the police straight away.
On Saturday the 5th of January 2008, Tati Rogers failed to arrive at a friend's house in Wrexham, North Wales. Worried for her safety, Tati's friends immediately contacted the police.
We went to Wrexham police station straight away. When we were waiting at the police station, we were talking about what could have happened.
We just had no idea, really, at that point, what was wrong. Was she having some problem with a boyfriend that we weren't really aware of? Or, as she'd lost quite a lot of weight recently, had her health deteriorated? We were just going through different ideas.
But nothing could explain why Tati had failed to make any contact.
She would have phoned us, always at the back of my mind. She would have let us know. She wouldn't have just taken off into the blue and not told us she was going.
Although Tati had only been missing for a few hours, police officers accepted she could have fallen ill or had an accident.
The officers realised that something wasn't right, because for her to go missing in such circumstances was completely out of character, totally unheard of, really. We were concerned that she may have fallen ill inside the house and she may need medical attention.
Initially, the local police team decided to visit the area of Gwersyll where Tati Rogers lived, and having knocked at a few addresses, they gleaned no information to establish where she was at this time. So a decision was made to force entry into the flat, ensure that she wasn't in there.
But once inside, officers could find no sign of Tati or of any suspicious activity.
It fully looked like Tati had gone out for a short time. Tati's coat was there, but the food was still on the stove, which would suggest that she'd intended to come back later on in the evening. There didn't appear to have been any struggle or anything like that that would suggest she'd been taken against her will.
Eager to uncover any evidence that could explain Tati's disappearance, the detectives started to search her home.
One of our main priorities is to find out who is the last person to have seen Tati Rogers, who her associates was she in a relationship, and a colleague of ours had recovered a little red diary which contained names and contact telephone numbers. Our intention was to contact every single one of these persons to glean as much information as we could.
Meanwhile, they also discovered an unexpected clue, which revealed Tati's movements the previous evening.
One of the things we did find in the flat was a receipt for a local supermarket. And we knew from the time on that she would have been in this local supermarket about 20 to 5 on the Friday evening.
Detectives immediately visited the supermarket and were able to watch CCTV footage of Tati, recorded 24 hours earlier.
We could see that she was walking freely and she didn't appear to be any pain or have any mobility problems. She appeared okay and fit and well.
Here was a person carrying out a normal activity on her way home from a local supermarket, carrying her daily shopping.
The footage confirmed that Tati was alive and well in the early evening of Friday the 4th of January 2008. As the investigators conducted their inquiries, they learnt more about Tati and the life she led.
We put together a number of theories about what could have happened to her. She could have gone off visiting a friend that we didn't know about. She could have gone off travelling.
Has she just disappeared out of her own free will? Has she been involved in an accident of some description? Or worst case scenario, has she been abducted and murdered?
We got a great deal of cooperation from all Tati's friends, and she came across to me as a very popular person with a good circle of friends who kept herself busy and was just getting on with her life, really.
But as word of Tati's disappearance spread, her friends became increasingly anxious.
We became worried about her, wondering where she gone. I mean, it's harsh to say, but I was so sure that something really bad happened because she never go anywhere such a long time.
By contacting everyone whose number Tati kept listed in her diary, detectives were able to find out who was the last to see her.
We were able to identify quite quickly that the last person who'd had telephone contact with Tati was a male called Lukas Respondek.
Lukas Respondek was a Polish national who moved to the area in 2004 and became friends with Tati when they worked together in a local dairy.
Initially, Lukas Respondek came on his own from Poland to the Wrexham area. However, when it was decided that his wife and the two sons travel over to Wrexham, Tati Rogers offered her flat in Gwersyll as accommodation for them. It was quite clear that she was a good friend of Lukas Respondek.
Lukas explained that he'd spent Christmas in Poland with his family, but returned to Wales on Friday the 4th of January. His wife and children were planning to come back separately a few days later.
He informed us that he had a gift for Tati Rogers, and he decided as soon as he arrived back in Wrexham that he'd deliver his present for her.
Encouraged by this vital new information, detectives visited Lukas at home.
He outlined to us that she was quite happy to see him at her house and asked him if she could have a lift in his car as she intended to visit some friends in the Wrexham area. He was happy to do it, and he dropped her off on the Mould Road in Wrexham, just near the football ground. She got out of the car, thanked him, and waved him goodbye.
This was the only information we had of Tatty being seen by anyone after she'd been to the supermarket earlier on in the evening.
Keen to do everything he could to help the police, Lucas continued to provide valuable assistance.
Whilst at the address, we could see certain items: his mobile phone, a laptop computer, a satellite navigation device, and a camera. And we asked him if we could have them. We thought that these items could assist our investigation.
He even agreed to provide the detectives with his car for use in forensic examinations.
He was very, very helpful, and he was very open with us and couldn't do enough to tell us what had happened that Friday evening.
As the week progressed, Detective Chief Inspector Jones ordered a full, intensive forensic search of Tatty's one-bedroomed flat.
Primarily, our search was just to establish if we could actually find out where she had gone. So we looked for fingerprints, and we also obtained items which we knew Tatty would have used, which would give us her DNA profile, such as toothbrushes. It didn't look like there was a scene of an assault, so straight away you didn't actually see areas of clean-up or areas where there was blood staining.
The crime scene investigators painstakingly scrutinised Tatty's home.
We then concentrated our examination in Tatty's bedroom, and when we examined the bed, we found evidence of sexual activity, namely semen.
The discovery came as a surprise to the officers.
When we found the semen mark in Tatty's flat, this gave the inquiry a new dimension, because we did know that Tatty was not involved with anyone in a serious relationship, and we knew by the way that she lived her life that that was unlikely.
Tatty was very religious, and her friends thought it was doubtful she would consummate a relationship outside marriage.
We sent the samples off for further analysis, but unfortunately it takes a few weeks, so all we could do is wait.
By the end of January 2008, a month after Tatty went missing, Hannah and Zal were still struggling to come to terms with her sudden disappearance.
Without knowing 100% for sure what had happened to her, we couldn't let go of her, couldn't grieve, couldn't say goodbye. And although really you feel this person isn't going to come back and you're not going to see them again, there's always that tiny bit of hope.
The police didn't find her yet, and then it took like couple of months. It's still the same. We don't know what's happening.
Tatty's family in Indonesia were also desperate for any news.
As you can imagine, it was horrific for them to hear about it. Their response to the news was disbelief.
Analysis of Lucas's computer equipment was carried out by the North Wales Police High-Tech Crime Unit. They uncovered some disturbing evidence.
Our high-tech crime unit had been examining the computer to see if there was anything on there whatsoever that would give us any traces or clues to what had happened to Tatty Rogers.
When his computer was examined, a number of indecent images of children was found on his laptop.
The discovery immediately changed everything.
This was a very unexpected development in the investigation, bearing in mind we'd been given the computer with Lucas Respondek's consent.
Following the discovery, Respondek was arrested and charged for the possession of illegal images of children. He was then released on bail pending the subsequent trial, which was set to take place later in the year.
This was a separate investigation and clearly couldn't be delayed while our other investigation into the disappearance of Tatty Rogers was going on.
This shocking discovery immediately implied that Respondek's claims could not be trusted.
Once we'd established that these images had been found on his computer, his whole character, persona, threw us in a different direction.
Finding the images of child abuse encouraged the high-tech crime unit to conduct deep searches of Respondek's computer. And after days of relentless analysis, they were amazed to uncover more damning evidence.
On the Sunday following Tati's disappearance on the Friday, that Lucas Respondek had been looking at search engines to look at what happens to buried bodies and how long bodies take to rot.
When you hear of those sort of terms being used, I don't think it's too hard to put two and two together.
Even though we still didn't have a body at that time, and we still didn't have anything else to suggest what had happened to her, Lucas Respondek was someone who was of significance in the disappearance of Irma Tati Rogers.
Circumstantial evidence was slowly mounting against him, but detectives still had a long way to go before they could charge Respondek.
We knew that Lucas Respondek had had the opportunity and the ability to cause serious harm to Tati, but we just didn't know and couldn't speculate what the motive was.
In the absence of obvious malicious intent, the detectives needed to find out everything they could about Lucas Respondek.
We did an awful lot of work looking at how he lived his life, his background, everything he'd done since he'd come to the UK from Poland.
We established that he was a skilled electrician with no criminal record or convictions. There was nothing of real notes about him.
Respondek insisted he and Tati were simply good friends, but an inspection of his digital camera cast doubt over the true nature of their relationship.
Subsequent examination of the card then showed us quite a few photographs of Irma Tati Rogers in different states of undress, glamour type photographs, which again suggested that there may have been something sexual between Lucas Respondek and Irma Tati.
The possibility that Lucas and Tati were having an intimate relationship was an unexpected development.
Lucas Respondek had made it clear to us from the outset that there was no form of relationship, whether that's sexual or otherwise.
In February 2008, the detectives finally received the results of the DNA analysis, which identified the donor of the semen found in Tati's bed.
The semen stain we'd found on the mattress was actually a match to Lucas Respondek.
While still on bail, the detectives interviewed the ever-cooperative Lucas Respondek.
He gave an innocent explanation. He was staying at the address. His wife came over from Poland. They had sex at Irma Tati Rogers' home address, and that's how his DNA had been found on the mattress.
Lucas Respondek's wife confirmed they previously had sex in Tati's bed, but the detectives remained suspicious.
We couldn't discount at that time that there had been a relationship, even though he told us there wasn't.
Over the following weeks, North Wales police officers continued to examine every aspect of Respondek's life. Eventually, analysis of his financial records revealed a series of unusual purchases made the day after Tati was last seen.
During the course of Saturday the 5th of January, we know that Lucas Respondek had made 2 visits to the DIY store, and during the course of that day, he'd bought a number of items.
The information didn't reveal what Respondek had bought, but the detectives were provided with a list of catalogue numbers that would identify each item.
One of the officers who'd been on the investigation was then given the task of visiting the DIY store to actually get the information as to what had been bought.
I remember having a phone call off my colleague, and he basically told me, "You're not going to believe this."
Detective Constable Aled Hughes was stunned when told what had been on Respondek's unusual shopping list. On the evening of Friday the 4th of January 2008, 41-year-old Tati Rogers was caught on CCTV in her local supermarket and never seen in public again. Only one man claimed to have seen her after this time, a man detectives believed could be responsible for Tati's disappearance. His name was Lucas Respondek. Investigating officers were shocked when they discovered what items he had bought from a DIY store the day after Tati was last seen.
He purchased round sheets, double-sided tape, gloves, snap-off blades, and a spade. My colleague basically told me, "You're not going to believe this. He's bought a body disposal kit."
And they weren't the only purchases Respondek had made that day.
He'd also visited another store close by, and he'd bought a large suitcase. It was clear to me that he'd picked that suitcase because it was the biggest one you could possibly buy, and there would be no reason why you would need one that large, other than to dispose of somebody.
The detectives even recovered CCTV footage of Respondek purchasing the items.
The only thing I could conclude from this was that Lucas Respondek had bought all those items to get rid of Tati Rogers' body and use the suitcase to dispose of it.
In April 2008, the discovery of Respondek's shopping trips provided detectives with the evidence needed to arrest him for Tati's murder. But when questioned, Respondek provided explanations for purchasing each of the items.
He explained that the suitcase was purchased to replace a broken one, and that the items he'd purchased from the do-it-yourself store was for basically home decorating by him.
Meanwhile, crime scene investigators began a thorough forensic search of Respondek's home.
We went into Respondek's house with a specific strategy to look for the items that had been purchased, the body disposal kit, locate them, recover them, and submit them for analysis whilst he was still in custody.
The crime scene investigators found all the items they were looking for. However, none of them had been used.
This was obviously a surprise, because why would he have gone to the trouble of buying all those items, which are not associated to each other and are not for, say, a specific DIY job? They're all unique in their own way. Would he not use them and he'd just keep them in the house?
Whilst the detectives considered their options, the crime scene investigators continued their search.
We weren't only looking for who was responsible for her going missing, because if we could establish where a crime scene was, then maybe that would lead us to where Tati was.
The team hoped they might find evidence that Tati had been murdered in the house.
We located blood visually, which we swabbed, and we also examined other areas for blood staining with chemicals, and we took samples from those areas too. We examined all those different swabs, and none of it turned out to be Tati's.
After 3 days of questioning, the detectives failed to make any progress with Lucas Respondek.
The decision to charge in such a significant case is one that's taken by the Crown Prosecution Service. And when we outlined the circumstantial evidence that we had, the decision was made that we didn't have sufficient evidence to charge, and we had to let Lucas Respondek go.
Over the following weeks, investigating officers continued to evaluate the importance of the body disposal kit.
We came up with the idea that could he have replaced the items that he'd originally bought and used once he knew the police were looking at him.
Inspired, the police officers reviewed the timeline of events and compared them with Respondek's financial records.
We knew that following the first contact the police had had with him on the Wednesday after Tati's disappearance, he'd made a withdrawal on the Thursday morning of £200 cash.
Colleagues returned to the local do-it-yourself store and trawled through the CCTV that was available for the period in question. And as it happened, Lucas Respondek was found again within the store buying duplicate items.
We also know that a suitcase was sold at the same store within about 15 minutes of him buying the duplicate spade from the DIY store.
The purpose of the purchases was basically to cover up his bank card transactions at the do-it-yourself store.
Finally, the detectives were convinced that they had enough evidence to prosecute Lucas Respondek.
We arrested him again on suspicion of murder, and these new facts were put to him, and they were just met with a no-comment response in interview.
He provided the interviewing officers with prepared statements, basically denying the offence.
The detectives were left frustrated by Respondek's lack of cooperation.
And unfortunately, again, the decision was made that he would have to be released at that time, because we were still dealing with an investigation where we had no body, we had no forensic evidence, and we had no witnesses at that time.
By autumn 2008, The investigation had gone cold.
It's a very difficult situation in the inquiry at that time because there was absolutely no information coming in. There were no sightings, no contact with any friends whatsoever. We were very, very confident we were dealing with the right person, and we were also confident that we're dealing with a murder investigation.
Detective Chief Inspector Jones made a decision.
The priority in the inquiry then was obviously to find the body of Tatty Rogers, because we knew when we found her, that would be the evidence that we had that this was in fact a murder. The key thing was finding out where the body was.
As Respondek had purchased a shovel during his trip to the DIY store, the police officers were keen to identify where he might have buried Tatty's body.
It is quite common for a murder suspect to return to the scene of the crime to basically check that everything is intact.
What we did then was we put into place a surveillance operation. We were trying to build up a picture of what the movements were. Was he taking any unusual routes? Were there any areas that were off the beaten track that he'd keep visiting? And just seeing what he got up to on a day-to-day basis.
Before long, Respondek was being watched 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
He would use diversionary tactics possibly to try and make sure that there was nobody following him. Sometimes he would take double the time he would normally take to get from A to B. He would take a very long route to get somewhere he could get to very quickly.
This behaviour would suggest that he was nervous about something, which in itself was very, very suspicious.
Over the following weeks, the detectives were able to compile an in-depth dossier of all Respondek's movements.
What was encouraging was that he did seem to be continually visiting the same area. But the difficulty we had there was that the area was so vast that the body could have been anywhere.
Gradually, the reconnaissance enabled the detectives to identify an area of farmland close to Respondek's home in nearby Ervig, where they believed Tatty might be buried.
Whilst Respondek was under surveillance, we took the opportunity to search the areas covertly that we'd identified as possible deposition sites. So we did our parameter searches of fields, such as this one, and then any areas such as undergrowth, anything that looked slightly disturbed, we'd excavate it and eliminate it from the inquiry.
The area was approximately 1 square mile in size, and in the 9 months that had passed since Tatty had disappeared, the farmland had changed dramatically.
We brought in search advisors who explained to us that the average person can only carry a dead body a certain distance, whether that be from a gateway or from a stile or from a lay-by. So bearing that in mind, we set our search parameters to a certain area. So for example, from a gateway such as this, if we were actually conducting our search, we set our search parameters and we'd search towards the hedgerow rather than out towards the field.
Whenever surveillance officers confirmed that Respondek was at a safe distance, the crime scene investigator and her team started to explore the area.
When we identified an area that needed excavating, the archaeologists would cut a trench through the area, and you could clearly see through the changes in the soil, the changes in the layers, whether that area had actually been disturbed, and you could clearly identify as well whether that was a possible grave site. The difficulties we had was as it was getting colder, the ground was becoming more difficult to dig. But as the year went on, it was coming up to the time that Tatty went missing. So the vegetation, the foliage, everything was looking quite similar to how it was when she first went missing.
Meanwhile, in October 2008, Respondek appeared in court to face the charges for the possession of illegal images of children.
He was sentenced for the possession of the indecent images to 32 weeks in prison, which then gave us an opportunity to do more searching in the area. With Lucas Respondek not being around, we did have the opportunity to employ some different techniques in the field. And this included metal detectors, search dogs, and also using aerial photography of the scene to see if we could locate anything. We still did keep it covert so that there was no information getting out that may leak back to him.
But despite carrying out painstaking searches to find Tatty's body, the crime scene investigators were unable to progress the case any further.
The searching we did in October, November, December 2008 still revealed nothing. We were continuously searching and we still didn't know where Tatty was, and it was becoming increasingly frustrating.
In January 2009, Lucas Respondek was released early from prison. Once again, the North Wales Police's surveillance team monitored his every move.
He didn't waste any time whatsoever in revisiting the same site in Erddig and kept going again and again, looking round that area to see if anything had happened while he'd been away.
Having spent months searching the Erddig area covertly, Detective Chief Inspector Jones felt the time had come for an alternative, more provocative approach.
We needed to force the initiative, really, and the only way of doing that was by trying to convince Respondec that we knew we were in the right area, and it would only be a matter of time before we did find something that would incriminate him. In doing that, we hoped that it would provoke him into taking some action that would lead us to Tatty's body.
And so the investigation team hatched an intricate plan, announcing to the press that they were digging up fields in order to recover Tatty Rogers' body.
Would he take the bait? Would he go and try and find her? And would he try and dig her up? Or would he try and leave the country? So it was very, very tense time, really, while we were waiting to see what he would do next.
After weeks of planning, the detectives launched the operation on Thursday, the 19th of March, 2009.
It was a fantastic opportunity to get a reaction from Respondec, but also gave us the opportunity to search and examine areas more thoroughly that we hadn't been able to do previously, which we wanted to eliminate them from the inquiry.
Only hours after the launch of the operation, the surveillance team realised Respondec, whose appearance had altered dramatically throughout the previous months, had heard the news of the search.
It became quite apparent that he had taken the bait. His behaviour became erratic, and he did load his car with what appeared to be his personal belongings. So there was the thought, is he going to disappear from the Wrexham area?
The surveillance team followed Respondec, but realised his destination was much closer to home.
One of the first things Lucas Respondec did was actually go up to a high vantage point at the local colliery that was there. That reassured us the fact that he still wanted to have that control where he could see what was going on.
He went out and bought camouflage clothing, the trousers, the jacket and the hat. He had a pair of binoculars with him, and he had basically dug himself into the ground, overlooking the fields, keeping an eye on what the officers searching were doing.
Over the following days, Respondec became less erratic and occasionally seemed indifferent to the massive search taking place.
Even though he was still interested in what we were doing, he didn't seem to have the same urgency to watch us at every minute. It gave me the indication that we were obviously in the wrong field. He was quite confident that we weren't going to find her in the area we were searching.
On Sunday, the 22nd of March 2009, 4 days into the search, Lucas Respondec failed to appear at the colliery.
One of the surveillance officers asked if I wanted to go up onto the colliery site so I could actually see what Respondec was seeing, see it on his perspective, and give me a better indication of where the search parameters should be. There were areas where we were digging which you couldn't see from top of the colliery, so that made me realise he was up there for a reason. He was up there because he could see the field in which she was buried, and we weren't in that field.
In order to test her theory, Lisa formulated a plan.
We waited until Respondec was back up on the colliery site, and then I walked through this field with a police officer and an archaeologist to identify any areas that could possibly be a body deposition site. We came round and we actually got to this point here. It was totally different to other areas of the field. As a priority, the area needed to be excavated. I discussed this with the archaeologist and police officer, who made the decision that we'd return the following morning. As he was standing up there watching us, we discussed what we were going to do the following day, but we would never have predicted what happened next.
"14 months after the disappearance of Tatty Rogers, detectives attempting to conclude a frustrating investigation set in motion an intricate plan. Their aim was to provoke their prime suspect, Lucas Respondec, into revealing the whereabouts of Tatty's body. A potential burial site had been identified, and detectives were pleased to find out Respondec was on the move.
We were being continually fed with information from the surveillance teams about what he was doing, and his behaviour changed. It was erratic, changing from minute to minute. We knew then that something was going to happen.
He had come out of his current home address, dressed in his camouflage gear, carrying a spade.
On Sunday, the 22nd of March 2009, detectives finally got the reaction they'd hoped for.
To see him actually walking down the lanes was both exciting and frustrating as well, because we knew full well that we couldn't follow him down there.
The danger is always getting too close to a person and basically spooking them. Then we may never know where he'd buried the body of Irma Tati Rogers.
It was then a matter of time deciding when we were going to intervene.
The officers made the decision to leave Respondek in the field to see how things developed.
We knew roughly where he was, but it was a really, really tense time, not being able to have control of that, and then just waiting for him to appear.
The hope was that he was going to come out of the field carrying the body of Irma Tati Rogers.
3 hours later, just after midnight, Respondek reappeared.
We got the further information that he wasn't actually carrying anything, which put us in a very difficult position because we didn't know what he'd done in the fields.
Desperate to avoid jeopardising the operation, the detectives let Respondek go, following him from a safe distance.
He went back to his home address, showered, and then went round a couple of homes of associates.
We didn't know exactly what he was doing. He was unnerved, and it was clear that something had had an effect on him, and he was seeking advice about what he should do.
But eventually, at approximately 3 a.m., Respondek surprised everyone.
In the early hours of the Monday morning, he then came to the police station in Wrexham, and he told us that he wanted to take us to the body of Tati Rogers.
Lucas Respondek was immediately arrested on suspicion of murder.
It was quite surreal that he was handing himself into the police, informing officers that he wanted to disclose where he'd buried the body.
He didn't say that he'd killed her or he was responsible for her murder.
As dawn broke over Wrexham, detectives and forensic experts from North Wales Police headed over to Erthig with their suspect, Lucas Respondek.
He just seemed to be relieved at that time to get it off his chest and to show us actually where the grave was.
Ultimately, Lucas Respondek had gone to the field to dig up and remove the body of Irma Tati Rogers. But once it started, he realised that it was an impossible task.
The field looked very different following Respondek's interference.
The area had been disturbed, and you could quite clearly see he'd dug a few feet down and he'd exposed the lower leg area. And then he'd obviously given up digging. It was quite unusual that he would choose this area as a body deposition site due to the fact that the soil has actually got a consistency of clay, which is extremely difficult to dig through. However, on an investigation point of view, it was really good for us because the clay preserved Tati to a certain extent, which really helped the investigation.
While crime scene officers began to recover Tati's body, detectives started questioning Lucas Respondek.
He said that he was not responsible for the death of Irma Tati Rogers. He outlined the fact that on his return to the UK, wanted to go round to Irma Tati's house to give her a Christmas present. She said she wasn't feeling very well, so he offered his home address as somewhere that she could be looked after.
He took Tati back to his house. He showed us some photographs on the laptop that he'd taken on his camera. He said that she felt unwell and that he then went and had a shower.
Following his shower, he came downstairs and found Irma Tati Rogers dead on the floor in the lounge.
His response then was not what I would expect. By calling an ambulance or going to get help, he said he panicked, and that's when he left the body in the house all night, overnight, and indeed during the following day as well.
But the post-mortem on Tati's body revealed a more sinister truth.
During the autopsy, a full examination was undertaken to exclude any natural disease as far as we could. I paid particular attention to areas where I thought the possible cause of death may lie, in particular the neck.
Tati had been buried in a fetal position, leaving her neck well protected from the environment.
I came to the conclusion that there was evidence of damage to the neck structures, in particular the thyroid horns, and these are often broken in cases of manual strangulation. I could never be 100% conclusive, but I could say there were suspicious injuries to the neck consistent with strangulation.
And the cause of death explained the lack of any obvious crime scene.
Because he'd strangled her, it made sense that we hadn't found any signs of assault, any signs of clearing up, any signs of violence, because we were always looking for blood, always looking for bodily fluids, and in this case they were absent.
When Respondek was asked how Tati could have suffered such an unusual injury, he claimed she must have hit her neck on a table when she collapsed.
When you took everything into account, it seemed extremely difficult to ascribe these injuries to a fall onto the edge of a coffee table.
We reviewed the examinations, reviewed our notes, reviewed the photographs, and it was absolutely nothing to substantiate what he was saying.
As detectives continued interrogating Respondek, Tati's friends were informed of the latest developments.
My mobile phone rang as soon as I said, "Hi, Hannah." And the tone of voice, I knew that they had found her. And I just made me crumble really inside. I'll never forget the words, of him saying that we found her.
We just sad that day, all of us very sad, and then a relief as well, even though she's no longer with us, we found the body. That is a closure to us.
After 14 months, Detective Chief Inspector Jones's cunning strategy had resulted in securing the evidence needed to prosecute Lucas Respondek. But the question everyone was left asking was why?
I don't think we'll ever know why Lucas Respondek did what he did, but we do know that he was responsible for the death of Irma Tati Rogers. And as the only person who can give us that information is Lucas Respondek, and he's chosen not to.
Tati's friends believe Respondek killed her because she rejected his advances. But others think the couple may have been having a secret affair which had reached breaking point.
To me, it doesn't make sense. She would never have even contemplated getting together with a married man, and especially not one with a family.
In November 2009, Lucas Respondek stood trial for the murder of Irma Tati Rogers at Mould Crown Court. He was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment. With Respondek behind bars, North Wales Police can reflect on one of the most arduous cases they have ever had to deal with.
For me personally, it was a very, very difficult case, and it was good to work with such a dedicated team on it. I think more than anything else, what they wanted to do was find Tati, and also to be able to satisfy the friends and family of Tati that we'd done everything we possibly could.
Meanwhile, Tati's family and friends are now able to grieve for their beloved companion.
If it wasn't for him, she would still be here. She'd still be enjoying life. She may have a new husband. She may have a family by now, and she'd be having a lovely life.
She came to this country for a better life. It's just such a tragic. Her life is end in this way.
The fires of hatred can burn deep and hidden.
If you can imagine being stuck in the fires of hell, in this life most people won't experience it, but I've stood in hell and I'm still there.
But fire consumes evidence, can protect a killer. can make it hard to distinguish rescuing hero from villain.
That was the first funeral that I've ever been to.
But this killer reckoned without breakthrough forensic technology, unleashed by Merseyside police.
It was a tragedy and a very, very difficult investigation for my team to work on.
This was a crime which was born of anger and resentment. It was really an expression of power. It was a way of saying, you think I'm a spent force, but I can do things which you can't even imagine. And the result was absolutely tragic.
Kieran Bimpson is a kickboxing champion from Merseyside. So are all 5 of his brothers.
This is me over here, talking to my brother about some techniques that we possibly could be demonstrating to students. And around about 1998, me and our Gerald had just become instructors in kickboxing.
Family closeness is important for Kieran, although he's never lived with them on a permanent basis. He and his partner Eleanor have a family of their own.
This is a video of our Francesca when she was 3, little Kieran when he was about 14 or 15, and Christina. There's things in life you can't replace, and being a father is the most amazing privilege that I've ever been given. I love my kids, I'm very protective over them, and in my life, I wanted the best for my kids.
Eleanor is happy for this film to be made, but finds the story it will relate too distressing to take part in person. 2008, and she and her family were living in a comfortable house in the Liverpool suburb of Everton. 3-year-old Francesca was the rising star, coming into her own, endlessly filmed by her older siblings on their mobile phones.
We always used to play games like the girls versus the boys, but there was only one boy who was young, so that was Kieran. Kieran is very loud, but he always has a laugh. And Marie is like, she's a big baby, really. And I'm quite quiet, actually, and Francesca was quiet. In our opinions, there wasn't like an age difference, really, but me and Francesca like the strongest. Like we had a very good connection.
Their mother Eleanor came, like Kieran, from a large family. She had 4 brothers and 2 older sisters, Linda and Tina. She was with her sisters in a Liverpool nightclub when she first met Kieran in 1990.
When I went over to her, she wasn't really interested, so my mates were goading me to, go and approach her again, which I didn't do to the following week, and incidentally, she was in there again the following week.
You sure?
They began spending time together, including babysitting for her brother's child.
She was only a little baby at the time, and you get quite maternal when you're around young babies, I think, and you start thinking to yourself, why don't we try for a baby so it become a reality, We decided to not get married because I don't think that having a ring on somebody's finger makes you love them anymore. I think your children create a bond with yourself and your partner, and it's flew 20 years and meeting her that night, you never think when you meet someone that you're going to last with them that long. It's amazing.
Eleanor continued to spend plenty of time with her sisters who lived nearby.
Eleanor has always had an excellent relationship with her siblings. In particular, she was very close to her sisters, which was Linda and Tina. So in our house, we welcomed all of the family, as you do, and they in turn brought friends with them and partners.
Linda, in her 40s and with 2 grown-up children, was newly single. After 20 years, she'd split up with her husband and had more recently broken up with a boyfriend.
She'd started looking for other people in her life to fill that gap of being in a relationship, and the characters that I see Linda with were always strong characters, quite Jack the lad, quite loud.
In 2006, she met another man named Graham Heaps in a local supermarket.
Hi, girl. Oh, yeah. I know you, don't I? Yeah.
Graham was about 40, lived with his mother in Everton, and worked as a labourer fitting out pubs.
I'll tell you what, drinking the breath when they most of the time to come in and ask for me. Everyone knows me in there.
The pair met at the Breck pub and their relationship developed. Linda brought Graham to Kieran and Eleanor's house and he met the family. But the relationship did not immediately feel like it was permanent.
Linda and Graham were quite complicated as a relationship.
I didn't see him like proper. I didn't even know they were together really. I just thought they were friends, but I knew that they would be sort of together, but not actually together.
Graham in particular, however, was keen on keeping the relationship alive. But it was late 2008, and something was to happen which would change lives forever and raise one vital question. Can you tell villain from hero? The 1st of December 2008, Christmas is in the air. But for one family from Everton in Liverpool, this would be a Christmas like no other. The Bimpsons had no way of knowing their lives were about to change forever.
We still don't have a Christmas tree, and then we phoned my dad up and said we want a Christmas tree.
Yeah, you're on the Christmas tree. When you're getting ready for Christmas, everyone is aware of your advent calendar and what it means. But even if you don't believe in religion, you believe in Christmas. We were no different. We were very excited.
Setting off to get the tree with their dad. Christina, aged 8, Kieran Jr., aged 14, and Francesca, aged 3. Their mum Eleanor and the baby stayed at home. Francesca was the most excited.
It was the first Christmas Francesca was aware of what Christmas means, and I was trying to make it as special as possible.
The children helped decorate the tree.
Francesca, it's only me. Come on.
Exhausted, Francesca eventually fell asleep on the sofa. She and Christina shared a bed.
I wanted to give some sweets and then she was asleep. So I got in bed with her.
On this occasion, Kieran was staying the night. By 11 p.m, everyone was in bed. Midnight.
Wake up! Wake up! I'm still on fire! Quick, get the kids! Get the kids to get out!
To be woken up, suffocating, disorientated, burning hot, thick, black, the hottest smoke. You can't breathe in, you can't breathe out, you can't see.
Across the landing, 3-year-old Francesca was the first to wake.
I woke up and she was standing next to my bed. And then I got up and I didn't know what was going on. And just the first thing I done was grab the guns. And I was thinking should I put my blanket by my door to keep the smoke coming in, but then I thought, no, there's too much smoke in the room.
To be in a situation where you're in that environment, terrifying, absolutely the most horrific thing. It was a living hell. Absolute horrendous, bright orange flames halfway up the stairs.
The landing to the children's bedroom was ablaze. Kieran knew he, Eleanor, and the baby needed oxygen.
We were shocked, so we didn't have anything to say because we were too nervous.
Kieran Jr. was in the room next to the girls.
Mom! Dad!
I was saying to myself, I've got to get round to the kids so that they can make an escape.
The flames and smoke were impassable. Kieran knew the only way he could rescue the children on the far side of the house was to jump from the window.
Pain shot up my legs, and I think at that point I'd sprained my ankles, but they weren't broken. And I squeezed my way along the wall, screaming hysterical, help, help, help. So I opened the back gate, and I remember seeing a figure at the end of the path, staring. And that figure was Graham Heaps, and I was screaming, help, help, help.
Graham Heaps, Eleanor's sister Linda's recent boyfriend, lived within hearing distance of the screams. It seemed he'd already attempted a rescue. His face was burned and blackened. Frankie, Eleanor's brother, also arrived on the scene, alerted by a neighbour.
You know, I can only thank him for being such a hero, to run like a madman at the door, boot the front door in, and run through blazing flames up the staircase. Amazing, amazing man.
Kieran Jr. made the decision to jump from his bedroom window. His sisters were still trapped.
At this stage, I thought, I'll start making my way along the side of the fence onto the lower level roof, which was on top of the bay window.
So then I let go down to open the window because I heard people throwing stones at the window. And then I turned back to get her and she was gone. It was just smoke. I could only see smoke.
I pulled Christina by her shoulders and she seemed to jump into my arms as well at the same time. As I turned to lower her, my feet gave way. And I remember falling.
This time, both Kieran's ankles were broken. He was powerless to climb back up to rescue Francesca. Francesca sought refuge in the only place she could find, a bed. Across the landing, Eleanor's brother Frankie had fought his way to Eleanor's bedroom to rescue her and the baby.
Chucked the baby out the window to one of the neighbours who caught the baby. He lowered down the down through broken glass and cut her stomach open, lowering her down from the window by her arms. He has won a prestigious bravery award for that, but no amount of awards can thank him for, what he done on that night.
At this point, fire crews arrived, summoned by a neighbour who'd seen an arc of flame flying across the garden. Cameras fixed to the fire engines recorded the scene. Frankie, who dropped from the window, was desperate to get back into the house where 3-year-old Francesca was still trapped. He was so determined to force his way into the inferno, police had to arrest him for a public order offence, but he was not charged. Firefighters fought through smoke and flames to get to Francesca's bedroom.
The only thing I can describe as the most blackest burnt remnants of my child was pulled out the house, and the only thing I recognised was her pyjamas. I was hysterical.
Francesca was alive, but she'd been found lying on her bed with 90% burns.
I don't know the pain she felt, I don't know what she was feeling as a person, but as a father, I felt that pain. And it's an unbearable pain, it's an unbearable thing for any human being to experience as a parent, but as a baby, the pain scale is off the scale. I just remember looking at the scene of devastation. I couldn't believe what had happened, but I remember something on fire in the corner of the garden, and the thing that was on fire was a petrol can. And another thing that was on fire was a human, and that human was Graham Heaps.
Moments earlier, Kieran Jr. had seen Graham Heaps already injured, pulling his coat over his head and attempting to enter the blazing building. He'd been beaten back by flames. He was badly burned. All those hurt were taken to hospital. At Alder Hey, a battle began to save Francesca's life.
My mum and my dad wouldn't let me see her because she was like in a coma. I think she was in a coma. My mum and my dad wouldn't let me see her. I remember crying, asking to see her.
I mean, the only way I can describe Francesca was the most injured person I've ever seen in my life. She had endless skin grafts. They amputated her fingers, her toes, her ears, her scalp. Her eyelids had to be replaced, her whole face and everything, all grafted, brand new skin, and standing in intensive care, kissing her and whispering into her ears, which ended up being amputated in the end because they were too badly burned, that everything was going to be okay, and I knew in my heart that it wasn't going to be. Promising her that she'd be better, and hospitals make you better, and no matter what's happened to you, be strong. And I could see her trying so much.
As the family prayed for Francesca to pull through, an investigation began into the cause of the fire. From the start, given the burning petrol can found in the garden, it was clear this could be arson, an attack endangering 6 lives. The inquiry was given to one of the most senior detectives in Merseyside.
If this fire had been started deliberately, how, in the first instance, but more importantly, why? Why would somebody want to set fire to the house and kill the entire family? This would have been a mass murder.
Fire investigators began a detailed examination of every inch of the burnt-out house. Evidence quickly mounted this was indeed a deliberate attack.
When I got to the front door of the property, I was overwhelmed by the smell of what I would regard as an ignitable liquid. That immediately has hairs sticking up on the back of your neck.
Marks on the floor indicated the fire had spread from the front door.
What I could see was pour patterns, and that's just where an ignitable liquid's being poured on the floor. It leaves certain patterns on the floor which are unusual.
There was further telling evidence in the pattern of charring. The flames were so violent, their own heat drew them straight upstairs. The adjacent living room, protected merely by a curtained doorway, was barely touched.
That's really as a result of the ignitable liquid and the ferocity of the fire. It's acted like a chimney, if you like, shooting up the stairs.
The front door, both on the inside and outside, was more extensively charred than the staircase, a clue to where the fire began.
The door's on fire for longer than the staircase. So before the staircase has become involved, we know that the door or around the door is already involved.
Forensic scientists ruled out a heater in the hallway as a possible source of the fire.
The internal sections of the heater were relatively untouched from fire compared with the external sections of the heater.
Everywhere upstairs there was evidence of the ferocity of the fire. Belongings stored in the loft had come crashing through the burned ceiling.
Plaster falling off the wall is usually an indication of high temperature. Within the room where Francesca was and directly above the bed, the plaster had fallen off the wall. The heat layers hit the roof and then started its way down slowly, getting hotter and hotter towards Francesca while she's on the bed.
Fire's the most destructive of all things. It doesn't leave any fingerprints, it doesn't leave any evidence really, because it all gets destroyed in a fire.
Investigators believed the full 5 litres held by the petrol can found in the garden was used to start the fire.
It appeared like a very straightforward petrol container that somebody would buy. And the thing with the one that we recovered was it didn't have a nozzle. And I realised that for somebody to pour petrol through the letterbox, they would have needed the nozzle. And in the absence of the nozzle, the petrol would have splashed over the front door itself, probably on the person who'd started the fire.
A nozzle matching the make of the canister was found nearby, apparently dropped by the attacker. Without it, pouring the petrol could have taken minutes, allowing petrol fumes to mix with oxygen in the air. And that could explain the arc of fire seen by a neighbour.
If I pour petrol and immediately set fire to it, I might get a bit of a whoosh. But if I pour a substantial amount of petrol and then leave it for a minute or two before I set that match or lighter to it, I'm going to get caught in an explosion. If I've got a petrol can in my hand, or anything else in my hand, I will be thrown back with the petrol can.
Fire is a particularly symbolic way of killing someone. It's got all the connotations of hell. You're unleashing hellfire on people. It's like the demons are coming out. And of course, it's a way of passing over responsibility. You just set the demons free. You just unleash them to do your dirty work for you. And the other point about fire, of course, is that you know that the suffering will be intense. It kind of erases someone entirely. It's not just killing them, it's obliterating them.
And I racked my brain. Who could it be? And we started all coming up with the same name. Graham Heaps. Couldn't have been Graham because he was trying to help as far as we were concerned. Or was he? Why was he standing at the end of the path? Why was he the first person on the scene, above all the neighbours?
Graham Heaps was being treated for burns in Fazakerley Hospital. He was arrested, but he was so badly burned police couldn't speak to him for 2 weeks.
Graham Heaps lived nearby. He lived only a couple of roads away with his mother. So why would he be at the Bimpsons' house at that time of night? How did he get his injuries? And what were the reasons behind this?
I didn't really know what to think. All sorts of things were going through my head, but I didn't think that it'd be Graham. I didn't think that it'd be him, because he seemed nice.
On release from hospital, Graham was taken to St Anne Street police station for questioning.
He told us what he'd been doing during that evening, that he'd been to work. When he'd finished work, he'd gone for a drink in the local pub.
Bottle of that brandy there, please.
When he'd left the local pub, he'd walked to an off-licence nearby. He'd bought a bottle of brandy, and then he'd walked home.
He said he'd spent the evening at home with his mother, watching TV and drinking the brandy. But after a bit, once his mother had gone to bed, he went out again.
Just stop out.
Fortunately, he shouted all the children sweet. He went into some detail to tell us of the journey that he took.
He told police his route took him down the 800-metre-long Shield Road, a well-known red light area near his house.
Trying a bit of business, darling?
He was approached by a sex worker who offered him business, which he declined.
He later admitted he'd used prostitutes for 27 years. He told police on this occasion he fancied buying drugs instead.
Seen a few new ones down there, so I'm not sure who wants to buy weed. So I bought 5 pounds worth of cannabis.
He said he then went to the Chippy, where he bought a £1/4 burger with cheese, onions, tomatoes and chilli sauce, then set off on the 1 kilometre walk home.
That's also the long way I turn to walk into my street in town. Skinny with Francesca. Just got into the close. Seeing flames coming out of the door. I landed in the house.
If he was telling the truth, then he was a hero. He hadn't actually saved anybody, but he'd run into a burning building with the intention of trying to save people and had been quite badly burnt as a result. So, was he a hero, or was there something a lot more sinister in what he was doing there that night?
To answer this question, Merseyside police were to call in some extraordinary forensic expertise and a groundbreaking new technique. And something was about to happen which dramatically and tragically would raise the stakes in this case. After an arson attack on her Liverpool home, which could have wiped out her entire family, 3-year-old Francesca Bimpson had been taken to hospital with 90% burns. 3 weeks later, her family were asked to go to intensive care at Alderhay Hospital.
I thought she'd be alright, and I got a necklace to give to her. And then my mum came into the waiting room and told us.
There's not more they could do, so they unplugged all the machines and just left it with all the wires on it, and then just give it to me and only. We just remember it just passing away in our arms. I still, like, me halfway is like it's going to stop even explaining to you how bad it was. Such a brave little, tiny little precious thing.
I was just trying to stay strong for my family. And I think I was the one that wasn't crying the most because I didn't want to upset my family.
It was a clear day and a funeral. We had horse-drawn carriage. The best of the best, because we wanted it to have a funeral fitting a princess. A perfect, calm, lovely day turned into the most biggest snowflakes. The most gorgeous farewell. It's like the heavens were crying with snow.
And she got carried in the pink coffin. And that was the first funeral that I've ever been to. I wasn't sad because I knew crying wouldn't do nothing.
This was now a murder inquiry. Police suspected Graham Heaps, a former lover of Francesca's aunt, Linda. He'd been present at the scene. But forensic analysis of his clothing showed no trace of the petrol used to start the fire.
When we started looking at Graham Heaps' life, we found that he had previous convictions. He'd been convicted of burglary before. He'd been convicted of an act of gross indecency. But what I did notice was he'd never been convicted of any acts of violence, and he'd never been convicted of any acts of arson or fire-related incidents. There was no violence or no history in his background that would make us believe that it was part of a pattern of his behaviour.
Graham had given police an account of a 2-kilometre round trip he'd made before arriving at the scene, including talking to a prostitute, buying cannabis from a gang, and having a burger. But when police spoke to his mother, who said he'd had his tea before going out, she gave crucial information showing his timings didn't add up. She was able to pinpoint the time he'd gone out.
She'd been watching a television programme and was quite clear with what had happened in the programme at the time that Graham went out. Now, we were able to check the scheduling of the programme, and we knew that he'd left the house at about 5 minutes to midnight.
The fire started 5 minutes later, and Graham was seen outside the house moments after that. There was no time for him to have completed the half-hour journey he'd described to police. Furthermore, CCTV footage covering the route of his supposed journey showed no sign of him, and the owner of the chippy said he hadn't served him. And there was another discrepancy in his timings.
He told us that as he got near to his home, which is near to where the Bimsons live, he heard screaming. And he's quite clear that he heard screams that were being made by Eleanor, Francesca's mum. But he actually heard her calling Francesca's name.
But Eleanor never screamed Francesca's name till she'd already been rescued. By that time, Graham had been on the lawn for several minutes. Further incriminating evidence was found when Graham was arrested. He had a mobile phone in his pocket.
He'd never rung for the emergency services. Now, he told us in an interview that he was a hero. Why didn't he call for the fire service? Why didn't he call for help?
Police began looking more deeply into Graham's background, particularly his primary link to the family, his relationship with Linda. They learned that some months before the fire, Linda picked up on worrying signals in Graham's behaviour. She started to fear him. Some months after his relationship with Linda began, Graham became aware Linda had started seeing a boyfriend from whom she'd previously split. Graham took the change in their relationship hard.
Relationships are what everybody aspires to. We know how important these things are. And when a new relationship starts, you invest a lot in terms of thinking about how it could turn out. It really gets your imagination going. But of course, along with that, you do a huge emotional investment into the whole process. And then, of course, if things don't seem to be turning out the way you hoped for, this can be incredibly emotionally damaging. And some people react much worse than others.
I don't think Graham was a fella who could take no for an answer. When Linda said that she didn't want to continue with the relationship, he'd become, shall I say, quite forceful in his manner.
What are you doing? You on the phone to him again? Are you soft, are you? You're going to go back to him, aren't you? You're going to go back to him. You go back to him, right? You go back to him. You're dead, okay? Get off.
Linda did go back to her ex-boyfriend and ditched Graham, but he wasn't about to give up.
Graham's one of those fellas that you come across in life who's like a wasp, if you like. Continually buzzes around the situation until he gets his own selfish needs met.
All right.
On one occasion, she was on the phone and he robbed the phone out of her hand.
Phone? Give us it. Give me the phone.
Graham removed the SIM card, then smashed the phone. There followed a series of sometimes obscene phone calls and text messages to people on Linda's contact list, including, repeatedly, Eleanor, trying to find out whether Linda was involved with anyone else. The calls came from her stolen number.
Even though he never said it was him, he knew it was him. And it was usually talking about Eleanor's breast size or the new man in Linda's life's penis size.
So why don't you come round to mine then and do the same for me?
Some sort of perverse sexual undertone to everything. So I was aware of this and I warned him off. I said, I know it's you, Graham, because you've robbed the SIM card. Stay away, I know where you live. And stop the phone calls. Just as soon as they'd started, they stopped.
It emerged it wasn't the first time Graham had stalked a woman. When he'd split with a previous girlfriend in 2006, he'd bombarded her with explicit and crude messages. He even sent a video of himself performing a sex act which the woman, alarmed, showed to police.
He started stalking her, and he would sit in the pub where she used to work and stay there for a long time, watching her and waiting for her.
Once, he hid outside the pub and waited for her. The woman's boss was worried for her safety and called a taxi to take her home. When the woman began a new relationship, Graham started sending threatening messages. More and more jealous, he knocked on the door of the boyfriend.
Yeah. Sorry, wrong address. All right, okay.
Stalking is all about obsessive behaviour, and one of the commonest types of stalking is when people are rejected by their partner and they simply can't deal with it. Now, why can't they deal with it? Because relationships are so important to us, and people feel kind of shame and embarrassment when they're rejected. So some people manage to turn that into anger and rage against the person. And what they're saying to the person is that you might think I'm no longer part of your life, but think again. And they invade their personal space, their personal time. They will send images of themselves to say, look, I know you cannot stop thinking about me. I'm going to make sure there are images in your head. Just think about this. So it's a way of dealing with your emotional feelings in an irrational way.
You got me, I just leave it. No, that's enough. You know we were meant to be together. Never mind. Just go. Why are you saying that for? You don't even mean it.
There was one message from the time Graham was with Linda which took on significance following the fire.
I'm not wanting a couple of weeks source of that. I want your money.
He'd got into an argument over money with Linda's relative, Lee.
Get me money, right?
Later, Graham sent Lee a text which said he'd burn Lee and his family in their beds if Lee didn't pay back money owed. Graham was still living with his mother round the corner from the Bimpsons. Kieran heard he was back drinking at the Derby pub. He warned police Graham should be moved for his own safety.
Rumours were rife in the local area that Graham Heaps was out and about, even though he was #1 suspect. The local community was starting to become a bit of a lynch mob, shall we say.
Police advised Graham to move in with friends in a tower block in the adjacent area of Old Swan.
There was a lot of tension in the community as a result of the fire. But after Francesca died on the 23rd of December, the tension became incredible. People in the community believed that he was responsible for Francesca's death. We advised him to move away from the area to a secret location in South Wales. We believed that he was responsible, but at this stage we didn't have enough evidence.
But that was about to change. Previously, it had not been possible to prove there were traces of petrol on Graham's clothing. But after a TV appeal, a woman from a chemical analysis company came forward to tell detectives about groundbreaking new technology. She said her scientists would be able to find minute traces of petrol additives, even if the petrol itself had burned.
They were able to prove to us Graham Heaps had petrol on the front of his trousers and on his training shoes. But importantly, they were able to tell us that it was splashed on his clothes in such a way that as he'd thrown petrol through the letterbox, the petrol had splashed back from the letterbox and onto his clothing.
The location of the splashes on Graham's clothing coincided with burns on his body, and the scientists were able to identify the exact brand of petrol used. Each brand has unique additives, and each additive leaves a distinctive residue.
They were also able to tell us that the petrol on his clothes was the same as the petrol in the can that was used to cause the fire, and from the mat and from the scene of the fire. At this stage, we knew that Graham Heaps was responsible for pouring the petrol through the letterbox, and as a result of which he'd got petrol on his clothes.
This was a compelling link, but Merseyside police still needed to prove Graham had ignited the petrol. They hoped his burns may provide further evidence. Photos taken immediately after the fire were sent to an expert in London.
The burns of the face were really quite different from those at the arms and legs. The burns at the face were relatively superficial and had features consistent with a classical flash burn injury. The burns of the arms and legs, however, were much deeper and more consistent with flame burns. The flame, particularly on the left-hand side, appeared to have started at the wrist and travelled as a tongue along the forearm. This almost certainly with the arm hanging down. The burns at the legs were again deep, but the appearances were of splash marks, and that either from accelerant on the skin and ignited, or of clothing that was alight, then coming in contact with the skin.
The burns to Graham Heaps's face suggested a sudden, almost momentary, explosive burst of heat. The injuries a record of a split second of time.
Particularly of note were the creases around the eye at the crow's feet, at the side of the eye, where there were clearly areas that weren't burnt, suggesting that the eyes were screwed up at the point in time at which the face was injured.
Most damning of all, the injuries revealed the direction of the blast, coming from below the head and leaving areas of skin untouched, effectively in shadow.
The distribution included the columella of the nose and the underside of the chin, but it spared areas above on the nose. All this suggesting a directional element to the blast of heat from below the head.
Once we heard that, we knew that Graham Heaps was responsible for starting the fire. So what had actually happened, as Frankie had gone into the house and had started to rescue the family, Graham Heaps had obviously decided that he would run into the fire to mask the injuries that he'd got, to make himself look like a hero, but to be able to give an account for his burns. The expert that we had was able to tell us that the burns he suffered on the second occasion were very different from the first, which were caused when he started the fire.
Officers drove to the secret location in Wales where Graham had been sent for his own safety, charged him with murder and brought him back to Liverpool. They believed they now had a clear picture of what really happened on the night of the fire.
Graham Heaps had been drinking that night. He was walking home, and as he walked down Norwood Grove, he saw Linda walking away from the Bimpsons' house. She ignored him. And we believe that that was the catalyst that brought about his actions that night and the reason why he started the fire.
They had a trigger, they had evidence, but would police have enough to persuade a jury and bring Graham Heaps to justice? Graham Heaps had been charged with murder following an arson attack on an entire family in which 3-year-old Francesca Bimpson received fatal injuries. His trial at Liverpool Crown Court lasted for 7 weeks. One thing the prosecution had to prove was motive.
He'd had a number of relationships that he'd been rejected, but he was really troubled by the relationship with Linda and the breakdown of that relationship. He wanted to hit back at Linda. He didn't want to harm her, but he wanted to harm those who were close to her.
The only motive I can see was Linda's got support around her family. That support is gaining momentum to dissolve the relationship that he had with Linda by keeping him away from her. He didn't want to kill Linda because he always had aspirations of getting with her again. He wanted to be a hero, so maybe if he lit the fire and helped get people out, Linda would get back to him. Like the knight in shining armour on the night, rescuing her traumatised and burning family from a blazing house. But his plan was as warped as his brain.
Sometimes you can understand pure evil in psychological terms. This was a story about someone who was rejected and responded in a particular way. He thought that the world thought of him as a weak person, a person who could be ignored. And he was determined to show the world that he couldn't be ignored and that he still had power. And he exerted that power in the only way he thought that he could.
Throughout his trial, Graham remained impassive, studying legal documents, sucking his pen.
I got to the stage where I was fed up looking at his weasel face, staring back at me. And I started becoming more and more agitated.
It took the jury 3.5 hours to find Graham guilty. The judge said this was a cowardly attack motivated by sheer spite. Graham was sentenced to a minimum of 28 years.
I remember him getting sentenced, and I started breaking down in tears, screaming, an innocent man. He just said 2 words, "Thank you." And at that stage, I had police all around me, hands on my thighs, hands on my arms, stopping me from getting to him.
It's always difficult to investigate the murder of a child, but at the end of the investigation, it was satisfying to convict Graham Heaps and to bring some degree of closure to the family, knowing that he was convicted for Francesca's murder.
For the surviving members of the family, that wasn't the end of the tragedy. Kieran and Eleanor have split up, their relationship unable to cope with the grief of Francesca's death.
There's always family left behind that try and make sense of the aftermath of the loss of a loved one. And me and Eleanor still, to this day, feel the loss of our lovely daughter Francesca. And everything we've ever known as normal as a couple will never be normal again. I suppose what made us split up, finish our relationship together, it's the loss, it's the blame, it's the guilt.
In an attempt to create something positive from what has happened, Kieran has set up and runs a charity, the Francesca Bimpson Foundation, which helps victims of serious crime. Eleanor now works for the Fire Support Network, helping prevent fires in the home. Francesca is buried in St Chad's Church Cemetery in Liverpool.
It's the guilt of survival that's killing me. I survived and Francesca didn't, and I suppose It's a sum of how I feel as a parent. I feel like I failed Francesca. I feel like I failed all my kids because they lost Francesca. And most importantly, Francesca lost her life. I lost my daughter, Christina, Kieran, Anne-Marie, Elna. We all had a unique bond, and that bond's broken. And it'll never, ever return.
He has torn the family in two. We've lost a member of the family, and me and my dad all together. And if he didn't do what he did, then I would just be happy like it was there.